Welcome to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. This is the 60th day. A look inside the House of Delegates right now, the all-important clock in the House of Delegates. Tonight at midnight, at the stroke of midnight, this first regular session of the 83rd West Virginia Legislature will be over. The House is scheduled to come in sometime after 10 o'clock this morning. There are no bills up for passage in the House. The House will consider Senate messages, conference committee reports, or items placed on the special calendar by the Committee on Rules throughout the day. So it's going to be a stop and start day for the House of Delegates floor session. While we wait for the House of Delegates to convene for its morning floor session, a quick review of the legislation that has been approved by the governor. Senate Bill 127, authorizing certain Department of Revenue to promulgate legislative rules. Senate Bill 176, repealing the article concerning detection of tuberculosis, high blood pressure, and diabetes. Senate Bill 188, correcting the definition of telehealth in medication-assisted treatment programs. Also approved by the governor, Senate Bill 231, relating to State Board of Education and Medicaid-eligible children. Senate Bill 301, the supplemental appropriation of federal funds from the Treasury to the State Board of Education for the school lunch program. Senate Bill 302, a supplemental appropriation of federal funds from the Treasury to the Division of Human Services. Senate Bill 306, the supplemental appropriation of federal funds from the Treasury to Workforce West Virginia. These bills have been approved by the governor. Also approved, House Bill 2167, creating a Silver Alert program for senior citizens. House Bill 2300, regulating step therapy protocols. House Bill 2301, relating to direct primary care. House Bill 2347, allowing schools licensed to provide barber, cosmetology, and related training to hold theory classes and clinical classes at different locations. Approved by the governor. Also House Bill 2542, relating to public higher education personnel. House Bill 2678, changing the amounts of prejudgment and post-judgment interest to reflect today's economic conditions. Also approved by the governor, House Bill 2740, making a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Administration. House Bill 2766, establishing a new special revenue fund designated the Adult Drug Court Participation Fund. House Bill 2811, this was a controversial bill, a lot of debate, relating to the definition of above-ground storage tanks. That bill was passed right after the water crisis in 9 counties in the Kanawha Valley to regulate above-ground storage tanks. And it rolled back some of those regulations for the natural gas industry. So those are the bills that have been approved by the governor, completed during this legislative session. But there's certainly plenty more to go. The Senate has a very full calendar. Today they have 30 bills up for passage on the floor. The Senate convenes at 11 o'clock. So we'll wait here for House Speaker Tim Armstead to convene the Rules Committee. We'll hear the audio of that, see if they move any bills from the House calendar to the active special calendar, and other business to come before the House today.
Speaker, I move House concurrent resolutions 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, and 136 be reported to the floor with the recommendation that each be adopted.
Gentlemen, move the House concurrent resolutions. If anyone would like any of those separated out and vote separately, we'll do so. Otherwise, we can't just vote on this block. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. We have it. The motion is adopted. Gentlemen, 58.
Mr. Speaker, I move Senate concurrent resolutions 33, 42, and 49 be reported to the floor with the recommendation that each be adopted.
Is there discussion? Not all in favor. No.
Anybody know what NHPA acronym stands for?
Me.
Does anybody care? I'm just curious.
It's not the word.
Not quite the discussion I had in mind, but okay.
Your county.
All right. All in favor of the gentleman's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion is adopted. Are there any motions from special House? There really isn't anything on special. Any motions from House to special? Jones for 58.
Mr. Speaker, I move Senate Bill 25 on third reading to the special calendar.
Is there discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion is adopted. Senate Bill 25 is moved to special calendar. Jones 58.
Mr. Speaker, I move Senate Bill 219 on third reading to the special calendar.
Is there discussion? Not all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. Senate Bill 219 is moved to special calendar. Any further motions? Any further business come before the committee?
Mr. Speaker, I move we adjourn.
Gentlemen, 58 moves to adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
No. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it.
Audio from the House Rules Committee meeting in that room just behind the Speaker's podium. An indication that the House floor session is about to begin. A couple of bills that have been moved from the inactive House calendar to the special calendar, Senate Bill 25 and Senate Bill 219. We'll look up those bills for you and find out what they're about. Until then, we'll wait here for House Speaker Tim Armstead to gavel in this morning's floor session for the 60th day, the final day of this legislative session. And these are the bills that have been moved from the inactive House calendar to the special calendar. Senate Bill 25, the Farm to Food Bank Tax Credit, and Senate Bill 219, relating to conspiracy to commit crimes under the Uniform Controlled Substances Act. Those are the two bills, the two Senate bills that are now on the active House calendar.
House will be in order. All those not having privileges to the floor will please vacate the chamber. Members and guests will please rise. In lieu of prayer this morning, Stacy McGee, who is a per diem employee for the Finance Committee, will be singing Amazing Grace.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious is that grace appeared the hour I first believed. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's grace than when we first begun. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Members and guests will please remain standing as Autumn Gillespie will be singing the national anthem. She is the guest of the gentleman from the 15th, Doug Foster.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly gleaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet
We will now be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman from the 15th, Doug Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the members and the guests in the gallery please join me as we honor our flag? I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Reading the journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Friday, April 7th, 2017.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from the 54th, Delegate Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would ask unanimous consent that the final reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Thank you.
John 54th asks unanimous consent the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Journal is approved as having been read. Introduction of guests. John from the 15th, Doug Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce my little buddy, my nephew. This is Bennett. Say hi, Bennett. He's trying to eat the mic instead, but this is my little nephew, and his dad's around here somewhere, my identical twin brother. I'm not sure where he's at, but I just wanted to introduce them and have the house make them feel welcome.
John from 67th, Doug Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce a guest here, the person who got me here, managed my campaign, and got me all the way over the line, and is my other half and the whole reason that I'm serving here. My wife, Mina Moore, who's in the gallery, if the House would make her welcome.
Lady from 57th, Doug Rowan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of all the delegates from Mineral County, we have paging with us today from Frankfort Middle School, Kristen Evans, Emily Michaels, Brianna West, Nia Smith, Colin Bennett, Connor McDonald, Katie Miltonberger. Would the House please make them feel welcome?
John from the 8th, Doug Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to introduce Josh Pemberton from Williamstown today. He is in the North Gallery. I would ask him to rise and the House make him welcome. Thank you.
John from 33rd, Doug Hanshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, as is the custom of this House, when we are visited by former members, all of us rise and pay tribute to their service, and give them a standing ovation for coming back to the House. But it is easy to overlook those former members who work with us every day on a daily basis to make this House function. This morning, before we get this day started, let's recognize our three former members who helped make this House function: our clerk, Steve Harrison, Dan Greer, and John Reed.
John for the 1st, Douglas Tesla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really, if I'm really nice today, it's because the boss is in the House and I have to watch what I do. So after a year's absence due to a slight stroke, I am really pleased to announce that the boss and my wife, Martha Zeteslo, is seated in the South Gallery, and I'd ask her to stand and have the House welcome.
John from 34th, Doug Boggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really happy to have paging here today from Frametown Elementary School, 2 pages, 2 fine young men, if they would stand, Jackson Davis and Logan Bennett, if they would stand up, wave at everybody, let them know one's on one side, one's on the other. And also in the gallery, they're accompanied by their parents, Amanda and Ernie Bennett, if you all would stand, and also Becky Davis. Please stand and make them welcome.
Adjourn from 27th, delegate shot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know we would all find comfort in knowing we have a guardian angel looking over us. I've been blessed to have one for 46 years as of Monday. It's my wife, Kathy. She's been here frequently. She doesn't like to be introduced, but on this last day, I would please ask you to give her a warm welcome. Thank you.
Adjourn from 16th, delegate Robine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My wife of 60 years has been a faithful attendee to this meeting for this whole session, and she's there every day, and I appreciate her support. And we will celebrate our 60th wedding anniversary on the 26th of December of this year. My wife, Phyllis.
Adjourn from the 10th, delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce some very special people that have worked in the back of this gallery during this session. Members of the West Virginia State Police Detachment have kept us safe and kept intrusions. And I'd like to recognize Captain Reggie Patterson, Captain Joe White, Lieutenant Shaylin Ogilby, First Sergeant Jay Powers, and Sergeant Sean Schoolcraft. These people have done a tremendous job for us, and let's all show them our gratitude. Thank you.
Adjourn from the 19th, delegate Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself and Delegate Hicks, we have a page from Wayne High School. If he'll stand up, his name is Michael Moon, and he is a former student of mine at Wayne High School. He loves politics and history and government, so it's a perfect opportunity for him. So if you'll welcome him and his parents in the center gallery, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Adjourn from the 23rd, delegate Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have some visitors in the South Gallery on behalf of the gentleman from the 22nd, Delegate Eldridge, and myself. I'd like to welcome Kevin Parsons, who's the treasurer of the United Gas Workers Union, Local 69, and Chris Price, vice president of the Boone County School Service Personnel Association, as well as a squad leader with the Danville Volunteer Fire Department. If the House would please make them feel welcome.
Adjourn from the 29th, delegate Moy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of all the delegates that represent Raleigh County, we have some special pages with us this morning. First, I'll introduce Lesta Hess. Lesta, will you stand up and wave to everybody? Over there she is. And we have our brother Devin Hess. Devin, wave. And they are accompanied by their mother, Wendy Chanel, and a sister, Bethany Hess. And we also have with us Haley Rose. Haley's on this side. Haley, will you wave? And Haley is accompanied by her dad, Jeff Watson. Will the House please make our guests welcome?
John from 13th, delegate Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery at the top, again, a couple people that have spent a lot of time during this 60 days watching the proceedings down here. I'd like for the House to welcome my wife, Linda, and my son, Tori.
Further introductions. Lady from 57th, Delegate Rowan.
In my excitement to introduce our pages today, I forgot to introduce their parents. With us today are Amy and Rick McDonald, Larry Bennett, Krista and Justin Smith, and a very dear friend, Margaret Miltonberger, Angela West, Anthony West, and Susan Evans. And since everybody else is introducing their spouse today, I can't miss the chance to introduce my secretary, my treasurer, my chauffeur, and the man who's been referred to as my handler, my husband of 50 years, Tom.
Further introductions. Reports of standing committees.
Your Joint Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined, found truly enrolled, and on April 6, 2017, presented to His Excellency the Governor for his action, Committee Substitute for House Bill 2180, House Bill 2188, House Bill 2518, Committee Substitute for House Bill 2519, Committee Substitute for House Bill 2586, House Bill 2653, House Bill 2706, House Bill 2796, and House Bill 2856.
Report be received. Reports of standing committee, or reports of select committees. Messages from the executive. Messages from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment Committee Substitute for House Bill 2129 relating to the powers and authority of state and local law enforcement to enforce underage drinking laws at private clubs.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 2129, the purpose of the bill is to state the legal right of the authority of the state or local law enforcement to enter the public areas or adjacent to any private club to take appropriate police action to enforce the underage drinking laws of the state. The Senate amendments convert the bill into a requirement by private club owners to alert emergency medical services or law enforcement of any life-threatening medical emergency occurring on the premises of the licensed private club. While this may be good public policy, it defeats the purpose of the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we refuse to concur in the Senate amendments.
The gentleman from the 58th moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The House refused to concur in the Senate amendments. Are there further messages? Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment Committee Substitute for House Bill 2555 relating to tax credits for apprenticeship training in construction trades.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of the bill would be to remove that an apprenticeship training, or to remove the requirement that an apprenticeship training program administered under the federal law be jointly administered by labor and management trustees to qualify. The Senate amendments would retain the House language but adds two requirements that must be met before the apprenticeship training can qualify for the tax credits. Number one, the employee eligibility check through E-Verify. And number two, each employer is required to pay the apprentice an hourly rate at least $2 above the minimum wage. The purpose of the bill is to decrease the requirements for participation, not increase those requirements. The Senate amendments would impose burdens not only on the employers who wish to provide apprenticeship training, but also on the apprentices themselves, contrary to the purpose of the House passing the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we refuse to concur in the Senate amendments and request the Senate to proceed.
The gentleman from the 58th moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments and request the Senate to recede therefrom. All in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The House refuses to concur in the amendments and requests the Senate recede therefrom. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment Committee Substitute for House Bill 2631 relating to time standards for disposition of complaint proceedings.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 2631. The Senate strike and insert amendment struck out all the amendments passed by the House and inserted language from the introduced bill. The language provides for time periods to be told with no limit on the time period for boards to issue a final ruling in complaint cases. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House refuse to concur and ask the Senate to proceed.
The gentleman from 58th moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments and ask the Senate to proceed therefrom. For what purpose, the gentleman from the 17th delegate, Warbucks?
No, not yet.
Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The House refuses to concur in the Senate amendments and asks the Senate to recede therefrom. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2721, removing the cost limitation on projects completed by the Division of Highways.
Match shall be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the House agree to the appointment of a committee of conference of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses, and the Speaker be authorized to appoint conferees on the part of the House.
The gentleman from 58th moves that the House agree to the appointment of committee of conference of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses, and that the Speaker be authorized to appoint conferees on the part of the House. All in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. On behalf of the House, Chair appoints the gentleman from the 39th, Delegate Walters, the gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Gerhardt, and the gentleman from the 30th, Delegate Bates, as conferees on behalf of the House. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2722, eliminating the financial limitations on utilizing the design-build program for highway construction.
Match shall be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House agree to the appointment of a committee of conference of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses, and the Speaker be authorized to appoint conferees on the part of the House.
The gentleman from 58th moves that the House agree to the appointment of committee of conference of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses, and the Speaker be authorized to appoint conferees on behalf of the House. All in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. On behalf of the House, the Chair appoints the gentleman from the 39th, Delegate Walters, the gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Gerhardt, and the gentleman from the 30th, Delegate Bates, as conferees on behalf of the House. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2759, creating statewide interoperable radio network.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 2759. The Senate amendments make non-substantive stylistic changes to the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendments.
The gentleman from 58th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House concurs in the Senate amendment. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 100 ayes, 0 nays, no members absent not voting, a majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2759.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Oh, wait. John from 58.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill made effective from passage.
The gentleman 58th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 100 ayes, 0 nays, no members absent not voting, 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2805, finding and declaring certain claims against the state and its agencies to be moral obligations of the state.
Master be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the bill directs payment of the moral obligations of the state approved by the Court of Claims for claims against the state, which we have responsibility over. The Senate amendment removes 3 claims from the bill that the House version had already reduced by 90%. The House severely reduced these claims but doesn't think they should be reduced entirely. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we refuse to concur in the Senate amendments and ask the Senate to recede.
The gentleman 58th moves that the House refuse to recede from the House's amendments and the Senate be requested to, Gentleman 58 moves that the House refuse to recede from its amendments and the Senate be requested to agree to appointment of a conference committee of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes, and that the Speaker be authorized to appoint conferees on the part of the House.
This is the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. This is the House of Delegates floor session live. We're waiting for the Senate to convene sometime after 11 o'clock. The Senate has a full load, 30 bills up for passage. So the Senate's going to be very, very busy today. We hope to take you to the Senate live once the floor session convenes there. What the House is doing now is simply deciding whether or not to concur with Senate amendments on some of these House bills, and they are going to a conference committee. There are deadlines for conference committees today.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my motion.
Gentleman 58 asks unanimous consent to withdraw the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 58.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move we refuse to concur in the Senate amendments and ask the Senate to recede.
The gentleman from 58 moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments and requests the Senate recede therefrom. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare that the House refuses to concur in the Senate amendments and requests the Senate to recede therefrom. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment House Bill 2962, enlarging the authority of the Tax Commissioner to perform background investigations of employees and contractors.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 2962, the Senate amendments are non-substantive changes to the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendments.
The gentleman from 58th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House concurs in the Senate amendments. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 100 ayes, 0 nays, no members absent not voting. Majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
House Bill 2962.
Are there amendments to the title? Not the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. What purpose, the gentleman from the 60th Delegate Wilson, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request unanimous consent to return to the second order of business for the purpose of introducing someone.
Without objection, the gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, sir. In the North Gallery, former member of this body, Mr. Walter Duke.
Walter. Sat down.
House, please communicate the action of this The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment House Bill 2967 relating generally to administration of estates and trusts.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 2967, as it passed the House, the bill would require the County Commission to design and supervise a test and training for fiduciary supervisors and commissioners in their county who are not licensed to practice law in the state. The Senate amendments would require that the state auditor take on these responsibilities and not the individual county commissions. Additionally, the Senate inserted the provisions of Senate Bill 259 into the bill. Senate Bill 259 passed the Senate but was not considered by the House Committee on the Judiciary. The purpose of the original bill, to have someone other than the tax commissioner administer the training for non-lawyer county fiduciary commissioners, remains, and the changes by the inclusion of Senate Bill 259 were requested and are supported by the county clerks and the State Bar Probation Commissioner. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendments.
The gentleman from the 58th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House concurs in the Senate amendments. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 99 ayes, 1 nay, no members absent not voting. The majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
House Bill 2967.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Further bills.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2980 relating to civil lawsuit filing fees for a multiple defendant civil action.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 2980. The changes are only stylistic and technical cleanup in nature. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendments.
Gentleman 58th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House concurs in the Senate amendments. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, gentleman from the 19th. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 88 ayes, 12 nays, no members absent not voting. The majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2980.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendments with further amendment and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 362, authorizing redirection of certain amounts to General Revenue Fund.
Message will be received. Gentleman for the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, committee substitute for Senate Bill 362. The Senate amendments concur in the House amendments to continue the current $9 million annual surcharge on self-insured employers and makes technical changes to avoid code conflicts. The changes are consistent with the House position that and otherwise are stylistic and technical cleanup and do not change the House purpose for the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendments.
The gentleman 58th moves the House concur in the Senate amendments. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the House concurs in the Senate amendment. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 92 ayes, 8 nays, no members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 362.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate on each of the messages considered. Resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 137, study of methods to incentivize and advise middle and high school students to participate in career and technical education programs.
John with the 58.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to briefly update the members on the Rules Committee actions. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with. Each resolution be considered formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committee as listed on the Chamber Automation System.
Gentleman 58, ask unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with. Each resolution be considered read and assigned to committees as indicated on the Chamber Automation System. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Each resolution be considered formally introduced and so assigned. John 58.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, now I ask unanimous consent to update the members on the Rules Committee action.
John 58, ask unanimous consent to address the House to update as to the action of the Rules Committee. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 58.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the House Rules Committee met briefly before the floor session and moved over from the House calendar to the special calendar 2 bills, Senate Bill 25 and Senate Bill 219 on third reading special calendar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For purpose, gentleman from the 36, Delegate Robinson, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a point of inquiry. What's the status of House Bill 2859?
$28.59?
Yes, sir. I believe it was announced by the Speaker and didn't hear an address by the Majority Leader for the message. I didn't see it on there.
I can tell you they concurred with the Senate amendments to House Bill 2759. That's the Interoperable Radio Network.
To the gentleman, I believe we were maybe perhaps referring to a resolution that was stopped, so hopefully we cleared that up. Okay, thank you. John from the 39th, Doug Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee of conferees on the disagreeing votes between the House and the Senate will meet today at 1 o'clock in the Lou McManus Room, and that is House Bill 2721, 2722, and that's myself, Delegate Gearhart, and Delegate Bates. 1 o'clock in the Lou McManus Room. Thank you very much.
Bills introduced. Unfinished business.
House Concurrent Resolution 124, study relating to power generating facilities.
Request for the House is the adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? If not, all in favor of adoption will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the resolution adopted. Further unfinished business.
House Concurrent Resolution 126, Pastor Robert L. Bob Barker Memorial Bridge.
Is there discussion? If not, all in favor of adoption of the resolution will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the resolution adopted.
House Concurrent Resolution 128, study relating to maintenance and custodial work on state and county buildings, facilities, and equipment to be done under private contract.
Request for the House is the adoption of the resolution. All in favor of adoption will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the resolution adopted. Bills on third reading.
Senate Bill 25, creating farm to food bank tax credit.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 64th Delegate Householder to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill creates the Farm to Food Bank tax credit to become available for taxable years after December 31st, 2017. The bill would allow a farming taxpayer to donate edible agricultural products to a nonprofit West Virginia food program and receive a credit equal to 10% of the value of the donated agricultural products, but not to exceed $2,500 during a taxable year. The bill limits the overall amount of tax credits per fiscal year to $200,000 per year. The credit may be used to offset personal or corporate income taxes. A farming taxpayer means a West Virginia taxpayer responsible for and deriving income of at least $1,000 from growing fruits, vegetables, or other edible agricultural products, or from raising beef, poultry, pork, fish, or other edible agricultural products. I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 26th, Delegate Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bill. This has become a very necessary thing for the Five Loaves and Fishes Food Bank in McDowell County. It's also making sure that the local high school is able to purchase fresh fruits and vegetables at a reasonable cost. I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 100 ayes, 0 nays, no members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 25.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Senate Bill 219, relating to conspiracy to commit crimes under Uniform Controlled Substances Act.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill was recommended last year for introduction by the Joint Interim Committee on the Judiciary. The bill creates a new felony offense of conspiracy specific to violations of the Uniform Controlled Substances Act. The intent of the bill is to be able to hold drug kingpins accountable for the actions of their street-level dealers. The elements of the offense track that of the general conspiracy statute, but are specific to controlled substance offenses. The penalty for individuals convicted of this offense is a determinate 2 to 10 years. However, the bill sets forth different quantity-based sentences for some of the more dangerous controlled substances in our state. The penalties were the subject of lengthy discussion in the Senate. Ultimately, a compromise was reached that allowed for a high top end and a low bottom end. Importantly, the penalties are determinate, hence there is discretion in the court to be able to focus on the facts of each particular case. It is also designed to account for those concerns that were expressed about someone being caught up in a wide net under a conspiracy charge. Finally, the important aspect of the bill is found in subsection F, which allows for the application of quantities to all members of the conspiracy. This would allow the drug kingpin to be held accountable for all of the quantities of drugs being sold by his street-level seller. As was made clear by law enforcement during our interim meetings, this is a necessary law to aid in holding accountable the drug kingpins that insulate themselves and deal through low-level individuals. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from 32nd delegate. Delegate passed.
Thank you. Would the chairman yield, please?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, does the version that we are voting on contain the proviso in subsection A? The version that we are voting on, does it contain the proviso in subsection A, line 5?
If it's the proviso that I'm looking at, it does. It says, provided that the provisions of this subsection are inapplicable to felony violations of Section 401 of this article, prohibiting the manufacture, delivery, or possession with intent to manufacture or deliver marijuana. That proviso is in subsection A.
Okay, and have you ever seen an enactment by the legislature that specifically states that a felony violation, end quote, is not illegal? Have you ever seen that in our legislature?
To the gentleman, this provision has elevated provisions with regard, elevated penalties with regard to conspiracy regarding the controlled substances. There is a general conspiracy statute that could be triggered in regard to marijuana, but this one deals with the more serious controlled substances of marijuana, but it does not mean that there's immunity for a conspiracy to deliver or manufacture marijuana. That would be covered by the general statute.
Okay, and this language making the felony violation for marijuana inapplicable to this bill is unqualified, is it not? For instance, under this bill, under this language, persons could manufacture, possess with intent to distribute leafy substance of marijuana and not be convicted under this statute. They would have to go to another code section. Is that correct?
Yes, you would be charged under a different section of the statute.
Okay. Thank you. Permission to speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think that this is overall a good bill, but there's this language that I'm referring to in subsection A that makes me just unable to vote for this bill. This is a conspiracy, it's codifying a conspiracy crime, but I've never seen in all the code that I've read in the last 24 years, language in the law itself that says that the provisions of this subsection are inapplicable to felony violations. Felony violations are not applicable here, number one. Number two, it's unqualified. So, under this language, again, we talked about a suitcase of marijuana coming into the state. Under this code section, one could bring in a suitcase of marijuana, not in a pill form, but in a leafy, smokable form, and they would not be touched by this language. There is another code section, and if you'll look, and I believe it's subsection A of this section, it talks about if someone's charged here, they can't be charged there under another code section. This is intended to grab the drug dealers. Okay? Now, I know we passed this marijuana law a couple of days ago, but this is intended to grab the drug dealers for those substances that are still illegal in the state of West Virginia. There's a big hole right here. So I cannot support this bill because of that. And again, I've never seen the legislature say that a felony violation is not illegal. And that's exactly, expressly, what this does. So, ladies and gentlemen, I respectfully, I would have to urge rejection of the bill for these reasons. Thank you.
John from 37, Target Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman please yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yield.
Yes.
Thank you. I thought I had a pretty good understanding of this bill. We went through judiciary. I'm a little bit confused from the exchange that I just heard. It's still currently a felony to bring in a suitcase full of marijuana into West Virginia.
It definitely is, yes. This statute does not immunize that act.
I didn't think so. Now, basically, it talks about 4 different substances in this bill. It
Correct.
talks about heroin, which we know we have a huge problem with in this state. It talks about cocaine, which continues to be a problem, but it also adds PCP and LSD.
It does, yes.
Do you have any idea why we specifically added just those 2 substances, PCP and LSD, like as opposed to methamphetamine or any other? So why is it focused on PCP and LSD?
Methamphetamine is one of the substances listed.
That's listed on there?
Yes.
Okay, I thought it was narrowed down to 4.
It's under all of the enhanced penalty subsections B, C, and D, I believe.
Oh, okay. And what's starting in subsection B, it starts talking about, there's it breaks it down into the penalties differ as opposed to weight. So what's the smallest amount of weight to increase the penalty in the case of LSD?
If you're referring to heroin, for instance?
No, I'm only asking about LSD.
LSD, 1 gram, up to 1 gram. Anything under that would be the base conspiracy, 2 to 10. Up to 5 grams is 2 to 15. 5 to 49 or more grams is 2 to 20, and 50 or more grams is 2 to 30.
Thank you. At the appropriate time, I want to briefly speak to the bill. Thank you very much.
Gentleman may proceed.
This legislation has a few flaws in it. One, I see when I'm not exactly sure why they decided to focus on PCP. First of all, which hasn't been a widely abused drug, or you don't hear a whole lot about it. You could probably ask a few of the prosecutors in the room how often they prosecute cases for PCP. In this case, it just doesn't happen unless somebody happened to be watching a Dragnet rerun before they crafted this legislation. But when you're talking about the weight requirements for LSD, LSD is measured in micrograms. So a gram would be a large amount. However, the medium that's used to transfer is paper. So what you're going to wind up doing is giving a pretty hefty sentence to probably a nonviolent offender, probably a young person, and what they're mainly going to be charged with is paper, because paper weighs more than the product. The medium that it's exchanged on is paper. We're going to wind up locking somebody up for paper. So I can't vote for that. Thank you.
Gentleman from 23rd, Doggett Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of this bill to try to not go down the road of what we normally do and beat a horse any deader than what it already is. I would emphasize one of the last things that the chairman said in his presentation, that was that this bill targets the drug kingpins who insulate themselves from prosecution. That's the purpose of this bill. Nothing other than that. Not trying to hide behind anything else. And I would also argue that even though that there are some drugs that may be listed in here that we want to make fun of or make light of, there is a resurgence of drugs that rear its ugly head in our society on a regular basis. For a long period of time, heroin had disappeared from the scene in West Virginia. Now it is the most deadly and most abused and distributed drug in our state. That's the kind of thing that we have to prepare for down the road. So I would argue and ask everyone in the chamber to please support this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John for the 14th, Doggett Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Judicial Chairman yield to a question, please?
Gentleman yields.
Yes. Thank you. I think you've already answered this, but I'm just going to ask this a different way. So this provision in this bill I know we passed the medical marijuana bill. So if someone is, well, the medical marijuana bill is pretty restrictive. So if someone is going outside of the restrictions of the medical marijuana bill and transporting or producing or growing, and then a police officer charges someone for doing that outside of those regulations of the medical marijuana bill, would this be a defense to keep them from being prosecuted?
No, the medical marijuana bill is very explicit in what is immunized, and that's having the certificate and the card and using the product in the way that the certificate indicates. That's the only thing that would be, and in the environment in which it's allowed. For instance, can't be on a school ground, can't be in a car, and so forth. So, no, this provision would not immunize that crime. It's still a crime.
Okay, so this in order for this provision to be in effect, then the grower, distributor, whatever, would have to have the license or whatever mechanism the medical marijuana bill provides.
And just so I'm clear on your question, in other words, if the person with the so-called suitcase full of marijuana was a dispenser with the license from the Bureau of Public Health and so forth, and operating under the limitations of the marijuana bill, the cannabis bill we passed the other day, then that wouldn't trigger this criminal penalty, if that's what you're asking.
Well, I think that's what I'm asking, but I'm not sure I understood the answer. So if they have the ID card and they've gone through all the medical marijuana stuff, then this provision here protects them from being prosecuted.
No, this provision doesn't have anything to do with that situation. The provisions of the Cannabis Act would protect them. This provision just accepts from the enhanced penalties of conspiracy for these more serious drugs, marijuana. But you could still be charged with conspiracy if you are dealing with marijuana. It just wouldn't have the enhanced penalties, the greater penalties that are contained in this. This really is addressing the more serious drugs that can cycle through the system, not marijuana.
All right, thank you.
John for 36, Doggett Row.
Would the Chair of Judiciary answer some questions?
Gentleman yield.
Sorry. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you
Gentleman
very much.
yields.
I'm trying to figure out the import of this. As I understand it, conspiracy generally means anybody involved in any way at all that has knowledge of what's going on, correct?
Knowledge coupled with some act in furtherance of the conspiracy.
Okay.
Yes.
And let me just try this. I understand that the kingpin would be maybe somebody that's in Cincinnati or something, and they have drugs coming, and they've got runners and mules and whatever they call them that spread this out. So if the person who's caught selling identifies the person in Cincinnati, then we could pull that person in through the conspiracy.
That's correct.
Okay, now, but also would it work this way? If you had some young people who, a fella had some, I don't know, one of the drugs. This is only for certain drugs, correct?
The drug, yes. Heroin, cocaine, PCP, LSD, and methamphetamine.
Okay, so if one of the young persons had methamphetamine and wanted to take it to their girlfriend, and said to the driver of the car, I've got some meth here and I want to run it over my girlfriend. They're smoking marijuana and having a good time and a party. And he says to the driver, I want to take this over to, stop at my house, I'll get it, take it over to my girlfriend. And on the way, they're caught. Would the driver under this conspiracy statute be subject to a 2-year minimum penalty?
If he willfully conspired with the other person, and there was an act in furtherance of that conspiracy to violate the Controlled Substances Act, he would be subject to probably the 2-year end of the penalty based on, or he could be put on the, keep in mind at the end of the bill there is a provision that does not place any limitation on the ability of the judge to select alternative sentences to imprisonment. But
now,
yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, the answer to your hypothetical is conceivably yes. The prosecutor would have great latitude, and the judge would also have alternative sentencing available to him or her.
Now, what about the passenger in the back seat?
If the passenger was unknowing or did not have any involvement in it, then the passenger would not be charged under this crime, or should not be charged.
But if if the fellow got the methamphetamine and handed it to the guy in the back seat and said, put it back there and put it under the seat, would he not have committed an act in furtherance of a conspiracy?
If he was part of the overall act, yes, I think he would be. If he was concealing it, for instance, so the police wouldn't see it if they happened to stop him, yeah, I think he would be.
And he would be guilty of with the 2-year minimum sentence,
Well,
correct?
the minimum is 2 to 10. It's determinate. Right. So if the judge picked 2, then that person would be eligible under a determinate sentence to 25% or 6 months of the sentence and could be put out on parole at that time.
Okay, but they would go to prison. I mean, the penalty that here would provide for prison time, there may be alternative sentences available.
Well, the sentence would be to prison, yes. But he could be the sentence suspended, the person put on probation, or any other alternative to incarceration.
Now, if we didn't pass this bill, the prosecutors could do what with the driver? Would it be aiding and abetting? Would that be an offense?
Well, you still have the general conspiracy statute, the 1 to 5. Conceivably, if this statute is modeled after the general conspiracy statute, which has a lesser penalty of 1 to 5, this statute basically targets certain drugs on certain controlled substances and adds a enhanced penalty to those.
So the conspiracy statute really trumps aiding and abetting, correct? Aiding and abetting generally is a reduced penalty, maybe even be a misdemeanor, and for a number of crimes. Is that correct?
Aiding and abetting could be a misdemeanor, yes, and the prosecutor could certainly select that. Prosecutors have a lot of latitude as to what sentence they elect to charge, what crime they elect to charge.
So as I understand it, we already have a conspiracy statute that allows the prosecutor to do these things. It's just that if the prosecutor presents the indictment under this statute, he gets to double the minimum penalty. Is that correct?
In addition to that, obviously you can stack the quantities of everybody involved. If you had 3 or 4 street dealers involved and you were going after the person that supplied those 3 or 4 street dealers, the key distinction in this bill is that it allows the stacking of those quantities and the potential for greater determinate sentences.
Okay, but it is again adding a higher minimum penalty for certain drug offenses.
It is.
All right. May I speak to the bill?
Gentleman may proceed.
Well, I think we really have, again, another increase the penalty on a drug offense. Last night we spent a lot of time trying to have some charity and concern about folks who have rehabilitated themselves from those sorts of offenses. But again, we're really not adding anything other than a minimum increased penalty to a drug offense. I mean, we've bill after bill after bill. This is just yet one more. And the folks that they ensnarl in this don't have to be kingpins. It's anybody that's involved. It just turns everything into a conspiracy. Conspiracy is easier to prove than aiding and abetting or the underlying offense. All you have to do is show that folks are there, they knew what was happening, and that makes them guilty. I'd urge rejection of the bill.
John from 17th, Delegate Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 23rd yield for a question, please?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman, yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the gentleman, first of all, you have an extensive background in law enforcement. That's correct?
I've done that a day or two.
Also, serving on the judiciary, you've had a chance to review this in great detail.
Yes, sir.
Is this law going to be good for our law enforcement and our prosecutors to be able to handle some of these high-level drug kingpins?
Yes, sir, I believe it is. It's another tool in the tool chest in order to be able to combat the crime that we're experiencing in the state of West Virginia.
So in your opinion, as a distinguished member of law enforcement, this bill is going to help our state?
I believe it will, and simply put, law enforcement in general don't go out to try to arrest mass numbers of people, things like that, just go on an expedition to lock up as many people. There's no quotas as far as locking people up as sometimes the perception. And simply put, if innocent people want to keep from being put in jail in violation of this code, don't do it. That's as simple as I can put it.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Gentleman for the 15th, Delegate Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And will the gentleman from the 32nd yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
And I hope you all give me a little bit of latitude on this because I am getting to a point. To the gentleman, what's your favorite type of candy?
Twix candy bars.
Twix candy bar. So if I brought you 5 Twix candy bars, would you not take them because I didn't give you 6? If I gave you 5, would you say, no, I don't want this because you didn't bring me 6?
Candy bars, I probably would take the 5.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
What? May I speak to the bill?
Gentleman may proceed.
I believe this is a pretty accurate example of what this bill is. This is a very good bill. As the gentleman from the 23rd pointed out, it's a bill that brings to the table tools for a prosecutor to go after the drug kingpin. And the proviso that was mentioned, it's like, well, you gave me 5 tools, but you didn't give me 6 to go after these drug kingpins. I would assert it's pretty important that you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater and vote for this bill because it's a very good bill that gives 5 tools, and wouldn't vote against it just because it doesn't give you 6. Thank you.
Gentleman for 32nd, Delegate Pass.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Twix bar, anyone. Mr. Speaker, in all seriousness, I actually I ask unanimous consent to amend on third to simply strike the proviso in subsection A.
Objection's been
I
heard.
so move.
Gentleman for 32nd moves to be permitted to offer an amendment on third reading. So, gentlemen, that would be a rule suspension requiring 2/3 of the members' vote. Roll call's been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the gentleman wish to speak to the motion.
Speak to the motion.
The gentleman may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not doing this just to do it. If you look closely at the language in this proviso, first of all, the section says any person who willfully conspires with one or more persons to commit a felony violation of subsection 401 of this article, if one or more of the persons does any act to affect the object of the conspiracy, is guilty of a felony, and upon conviction thereof shall be imprisoned in state correctional facility for a determinate sentence of not less than 2 nor more than 10 years. The regular conspiracy code section is 1 to 5. This enhances that penalty. But then it says, provided that the provisions of this subsection are inapplicable to felony violations of section 401 of this article, prohibiting the manufacture, delivery, or possession with intent to manufacture or deliver marijuana. So not only are we saying that there's a felony violation that's not going to be captured in this enhanced penalty provision, but it also goes on to say manufacturing, delivery with possession with intent. Those are the people that are trying to bring the drugs in so that they can poison our youth, our children. That's exact possession with intent to deliver. And so we already have this medical marijuana bill that we passed. So when you have the dispensaries disposing of and presenting, and the growers dispensing the pill form, that wouldn't come under this. But when you have the people bringing in the boatloads, the carloads of the marijuana, then they would be exempt because of this express provision right here in this code section. I don't think that is the intent. If we're trying to reduce drugs and reduce drug activity, if it is illegal, why in the world would we say that you can bring it in, possess with intent to deliver, and deliver? the stuff that's illegal. Why would we do that? And make it an express provision in this code section. So for those reasons, ladies and gentlemen, that's why I'm asking for authority to amend on third reading. Take that out. The marijuana stuff that we've already passed is not going to come under this. If we're wanting to stop the distribution or try to stop the distribution to our young people of something that is flat out illegal, even under the marijuana bill, then we would vote to strike this proviso out of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John from 27th.
Ask for roll call.
John from 27th, Delegate Schott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's effort to amend the bill on third. The sole purpose for that provision, and keep in mind it refers to the provisions of this subsection, that's a key word in this subsection A, are inapplicable. Now, all this really means is that with regard to marijuana, the general conspiracy statute would apply, or 1 to 5. Otherwise, this statute, 4-414, applies to the more serious controlled substances. The practical effect of the gentleman's amendment would be to kill the bill because it would have to go back to the Senate, and this was a provision inserted in the bill in the Senate. So if you want this important tool that's been requested by our law enforcement, then you'll vote against the gentleman's effort to amend on third.
John from 36, Delegate Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to reply to some questions that were asked about why would we carve out marijuana from this bill. There's a good reason for that. We carve out marijuana from this bill because it is a plant that God put upon this earth. It is not manufactured, it's not made, it's not conspired, it's a plant that just grows in nature. It's not a part of the monopoly system that we've created for alcohol and opioid manufacturers. That's why marijuana has been illegal for so long and continues to be illegal and has prevented people who need it for medication from being able to get to the benefits of the drug for medication, like so many other drugs that we have, including all of the opioids that have been available for prescription. So I think that the answer to the question is that it should not be in this group of in the group of manufactured intoxicants, and that based upon our medical marijuana bill, it's obvious that that people want us to consider marijuana in a completely different, non-criminal light from the other drugs, and opioids in particular, and drugs that are used by manufacturers for prescription medications. I urge rejection of the motion.
John from 32nd, wish to close debate on the motion. Roll call has been demanded. Is demand sustained? Well, actually, because it's a rule suspension, we would have to do a roll call anyway. So, okay. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion to be permitted to amend on third will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine.
This is Senate Bill 219, relating to conspiracy to commit
Has everyone
crimes.
ever voted? Gentleman from the 48.
Under the
Gentleman from
Uniform
48?
Controlled Substance Act.
How does the gentleman vote?
And the motion to amend on third fails. Big time.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 11 ayes, 89 nays, no members absent not voting. Less than 2/3 of the members present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the motion rejected. The question now before us is the passage of the bill. Gentlemen, further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentlemen wish to close debate. Passage of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important piece of legislation that law enforcement has asked us to give them a tool that will allow them to focus efforts on the drug kingpins by stacking quantities of the people that peddle their poison for them. It's got adequate protections to avoid an overreach type of situation in terms of the low-level dealers. There's a minimum sentence that is only 2 years, which means under the determinate sentence provision, that person could be eligible for parole after 25% or 6 months of that term is served. It also preserves the right of the court to impose alternative sentencing options, which also allows some consideration being given to those low-level individuals who are caught up in this drug enterprise, but at the same time focusing heavy penalties on those at the top of the chain. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 91 ayes, 9 nays, no members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 219.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, gentlemen, for the 50.
And with that, the House has...
Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate.
House has
Gentlemen,
passed two bills. Senate Bill 25,
Mr.
Senate Bill
Speaker, I ask
219.
unanimous consent that for the remainder of the session, members of conference committees be permitted to vote on any question or issue before the House which they have missed as a direct result of their duties on conference committees, provided that such members notify the clerk of the House in writing.
The Senate has convened. They've got a busy calendar before them. They're now taking House messages. Let's move over live to the State Senate.
Bond for wages and benefits. The House has appointed delegates Hanshaw, G. Foster, and Fleischauer.
Senator from Ohio. Message be received. The Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the chair be authorized to appoint conferees from the Senate for Senate Bill 224.
Senator from Ohio moves that the chair be authorized to appoint conferees from the Senate as it relates to Senate Bill 224. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. On behalf of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Mercer, the senator from Upshur, and the senator from Logan. Clerk will please communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House refuses to recede from its amendments and has appointed conferees as it relates to engrossed Senate Bill 554 relating to false swearing and legislative proceeding. The House has appointed delegates Capito, Lane, and Fleischauer.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the chair appoint conferees from the Senate for Senate Bill 554.
Senator from Ohio moves that the chair be authorized to appoint conferees on behalf of the Senate. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. On behalf of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Brooke, the senator from Wetzel, and the senator. On behalf of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Brooke, the senator from Wetzel, and the senator from Monongalia County. Clerk will please communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House has rejected the Senate amendments and asks the Senate to recede therefrom as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2329, prohibiting the production, manufacture, or possession of fentanyl.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate refuse to recede and the chair be authorized to appoint conferees.
The senator from Ohio moves that the Senate refuse to recede from the House amendments to Senate Bill 2329 and that the chair be authorized to appoint conferees. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. On behalf of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Brooke, the senator from, or the senior senator from the 6th, and the junior senator from the 8th. Clerk will please communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House rejected the Senate amendments and asks the Senate to recede therefrom as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2579, increasing the penalties for transporting controlled substances.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate refuse to recede on House Bill 2579. The chair be authorized to appoint conferees.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate refuse to recede and that the chair be authorized to appoint conferees. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. On behalf of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Brooke, the senior senator from the 6th, and the junior senator from the 8th. Clerk will please communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House rejected the Senate amendments and asks the Senate to recede therefrom as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2585, creating felony crime of conducting financial transactions involving proceeds of criminal activity.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate refuse to recede on House Bill 2585 and the chair be authorized to appoint conferees.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate refuse to recede from amendments to House Bill 2585 and that the chair be authorized to appoint conferees. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. On behalf of the Senate, the chair will appoint the senator from Brooke, the senior senator from the 6th, and the junior senator from the 8th. Clerk will please communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The clerk of the House announced that the House has amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 116, authorizing maps promulgate legislative rules.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate amend the House amendment.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Bill 116. Is there discussion? Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House Strike and Insert Amendment adds technical modifications to the Governor's Crime, Delinquency, and Correction Rule relating to law enforcement training and certification standards. It also directs the Division of Justice and Community Services to make technical amendments to a rule filed on February 7, 2017, relating to the William R. Laird IV Second Chance Driver's License Program. The House title is insufficient and needs amended. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is adoption of the motion as offered by the senator from Ohio. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with the House amendment as amended.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendment as amended. Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will please prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yea, 0 nay, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Ohio moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, there being 34 yea, 0 nay, 0 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The clerk of the House announced that the House has amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 134, authorizing Bureau of Commerce to promulgate legislative rules.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend the House amendment to committee substitute for Senate Bill 134.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Bill 134. Is there discussion? Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill is the Commerce Rules Bundle. The House added 2 rules to the existing bundle. The first is a natural resource rule relating to litter control grant program. The rule is no longer necessary. It can be repealed due to the program now being under the authority of the DEP. The second rule that was added is a coal mine health and safety rule relating to haulage safety guidelines. This rule has been added and amended in order to conform with federal regulations. The Senate amendments to the House amendment are purely technical. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is adoption of the motion offered by the senator from Ohio. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment as amended.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendment as amended. Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. Question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yea, 0 nay, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
The senator from Ohio moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, there being 34 yea, 0 nay, 0 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will please communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Clerk of the House announced that the House has amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 202 relating to pawnbrokers generally.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendments to committee substitute for Senate Bill 202.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 202. Is there discussion? The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate version prohibits pawnbrokers from pawning or buying gifts certifications. The House amendment allows them to continue to do so, but limits the purchases to $100 at a time and no more than $300 per 30-day period for any one reason. The House version weakens the bill and would make enforcement difficult. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is adoption of the motion as offered by the senator from Ohio. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 441 establishing municipal home rule pilot program.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend the House amendments to committee substitute for Senate Bill 441.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Bill 441. Is there discussion? Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate amendment to this bill would incorporate the provisions of Senate Bill 399. Senate Bill 441 is a home rule bill. It relates to the home rule pilot program and makes that permanent. The bill also prohibits municipalities from using home rule to enact ordinances that are contrary to state law on the professional licensing of public safety employees. The House amended the bill to require that legal notice publications and to establish a procedure for citizens to petition against an ordinance enacted through home rule and force the ordinance to be ratified by the voters. The amendment proposed now would incorporate the provisions of Senate Bill 399, which also address the authority of municipalities and other political subdivisions to promulgate local ordinances and policies. That bill, which passed the Senate earlier, prohibits political subdivisions from adopting ordinances or policies that would set minimum wages for private sector employers or adopting prevailing wage policies or ordinances. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the motion as offered by the senator from Ohio. Further discussion, the senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of order, is the amendment germane?
And while the Senate President decides that this amendment is germane to the bill, remind you again, 30 bills up for passage in the Senate today. Included House Bill 2002, relating to parental notification of abortions performed on unemancipated minors. House Bill 2018, the Budget Bill, the House's Budget Bill. House Bill 2196, relating to the Secondary Schools Athletic Commission. House Bill 2559, relating to offenses and penalties for practicing osteopathic medicine without a license. House Bill 2520, prohibiting the use of a tanning device by a person under the age of 18. House Bill 2637, relating to employment of retired teachers and prospective employable professional personnel in areas of critical need and shortage. House Bill 2648, increasing penalties for manufacturing or transportation of a controlled substance in the presence of a minor. House Bill 2651, relating generally to standardized testing requirements for non-public schools. House Bill 2675, relating to primary elections and nominating procedures. House Bill 2684, imposing penalties for repeat violations of the prohibition against driving under the influence on a suspended license. House Bill 2694, relating to the development and implementation of a program to facilitate commercial sponsorship of rest areas. House Bill 2704, prohibiting persons convicted of sexual offenses against children with whom they hold positions of trust from holding certification or license valid in public schools. Also up for passage in the Senate today, House Bill 2711, the governor's bill abolishing the regional educational service agencies and providing for the transfer of property and records. House Bill 2781, requiring a person desiring to vote to present documentation identifying the voter to one of the poll clerks. House Bill 2887, relating to retirement and separation incentives. House Bill 2935, relating to state flood protection planning. House Bill 3095, allowing retired teachers to be employed at a higher education institution. Those are among the 30 bills up for passage on the Senate floor today. The House is in recess until 1 o'clock. This just in from my colleagues on Twitter. Governor Justice is in Wheeling. He says he is vetoing the bill that took away $15 million from the Greyhound Breeding Development Fund. The racetracks had opposed this bill. The governor is in Wheeling, where there is a dog racing track located, and he has announced that he is vetoing the legislation.
Senate will come to order. Senate will come to order. To the senior senator from the 17th. Senate will come to order. To the senior senator from the 17th. His point of order is well taken and the ruling of the chair that the amendment is not germane. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that further consideration of SB 441 be deferred until the foot of other messages from the House of Delegates.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Clerk has additional House messages.
The House amended the bill in title as it relates to engrossed Senate Bill 621, providing certain rules inapplicable after County Board of Education notifies State Board of possible closing or consolidations.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 621.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 621. Is there discussion? The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate bill provided that at any point after a county board provides written notice to the state board that it is considering or is in the process of closing or consolidating a school or schools, any revision to certain rules is not applicable to the school closing or consolidation project described in the county board's notification. One of the House amendments struck out the word not, making the bill do the exact opposite of its original intent. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Not. Question before the Senate is adopting the motion as offered by the senator from Ohio. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 606 relating to minimum wage and maximum hours for employees.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend the House amendments.
The senator from Ohio moves that the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Bill 606. Is there discussion? The senator from Ohio County.
Hang on, no, we're okay.
You sure?
We don't have an amendment. We're just concurring. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're fine.
Okay. So now what? Thank you, Mr. President. This is a title amendment only. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Not. All those in favor of the senator's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Clerk will prepare the machine. The chair is in error. We were missing a motion prior to final passage of the bill. So the senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur in the House amendments as amended.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments as amended. Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is, shall the bill pass? All those, is there discussion? Not. Oh, the senator from Greenbrier County.
On 606, I asked permission, or Rule 43, as this relates to my business. I'm sorry, I almost missed it.
Thank you. The senator's point is well taken. As I understand your scenario, you are a member of a class and will be required to vote, but your request is properly taken. Thank you. The question now is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Yeah, that is. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 30 yeas, 4 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and adopted engrossed committee substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 6, Roads to Prosperity Amendment of 2017.
Message be received. The Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Joint Resolution 6.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Joint Resolution 6. Is there discussion? The Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the road bond constitutional amendment. The House amendment added references to the motor vehicle fees as a means of repaying the bonded indebtedness when those fees are already constitutionally directed to the State Road Fund. Bond counsel has told us that the language would likely be confusing to buyers in the bond market. Additionally, the House amendment would allow the bonds to be issued until July 1, 2022, even though the amendment requires the bonds be sold over a 4-year period beginning on July 1, 2017. The Senate amendment removes the fee language and allows the sale through July 1, 2021. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is adoption of the motion as offered by the Senator from Ohio. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur in the House amendment as amended.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments as amended. Further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the resolution adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Governor Jim Justice just tweeting, "We can't turn our back on dog racing in West Virginia." So he is vetoing the bill that did away with the Greyhound Breeding Development Fund. And he signed the paperwork for the veto and is leaving Wheeling, heading back to Charleston for the final night. One of the bills up for passage in the Senate this morning is House Bill 2018, the budget bill. However, it's being reported that overnight negotiations failed to reconcile the two bills of the House and Senate in regards to the budget. So we'll see what the Senate does to House Bill 2018 once they get to bills on third reading. It's a good time to note that the governor has extended the session.
Clerk has another House message.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 239, limiting use of wages by employers and labor organizations for political activities.
The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with House amendments to committee substitute for Senate Bill 239.
The senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 239. Is there discussion? The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill addresses withholdings from employee wages for political purposes. The House made the following changes to the Senate version of the bill. First, the requirement of a Secretary of State form has been eliminated. Instead, employers are required to secure a wage assignment form under the Wage Payment and Collection Act. 25-5-3, making withholdings for political purposes as defined under 381A. Next, the House removed the criminal penalty for violations of the new subsection O under 3812. The House version makes clear that failure to secure the wage assignment form required under the Wage Payment Collection Act is remedied only by a claim under that statute. Next, the House clarified that these changes are effective for contracts entered into on or after July 1, 2017. The House clarified the unfair labor practice defined in 21(1)(a)(4)(f) does not apply to any contracts in effect on or before June 30, 2017. The House also clarified the definition of deductions under the Wage Payment and Collection Act to include only those amounts required by law or court order to be withheld, and those amounts required by the terms of an employer-sponsored or employer-provided plan or program providing fringe benefits in which the employee is a participant. The other categories are stricken from the definition. Next, the House clarified the definition of fringe benefits under the same section. The term fringe benefits means any benefit provided an employee or group of employees by an employer or which is required by law and includes but is not limited to benefits provided pursuant to any welfare plan or pension plan subject to the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974, in which the employee is a participant, including but not limited to benefits for medical, surgical, or hospital care, sickness, accident, disability, or death, unemployment, vacation, holidays, apprenticeship or training, daycare, education, prepaid legal services, severance, and retirement or post-retirement. Lastly, the House revised the requirements for wage assignment forms under 2153E. The requirement that such forms need to be notarized has been stricken. The change applies to any written or oral contract entered into, modified, or extended on or after July 1, 2017. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment as offered by the senator from, or adoption of the motion as offered by the senator from Ohio. Not the question before the Senate is adoption of the motion by the senator from Ohio. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 22 yeas, 12 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 388 relating to dangerous weapons.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with the House amendment committee substitute for Senate Bill 388.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 388. Is there discussion? The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. This House amendment clarifies that persons 21 and over with a valid concealed carry permit may possess a handgun when picking up or dropping off children at school. Otherwise, the bill maintains the Senate language and intent. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Not. All those in favor of the senator from Ohio's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will please communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 523, converting to biweekly pay cycle for state employees.
Message be received. The Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 523.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 523. Is there discussion? The Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendment cures a code conflict. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will... The Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Ohio moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than two-thirds of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Now the clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed Senate Bill 547, modifying fees paid to Secretary of State.
Message be received. The Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 547.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 547. Is there discussion? Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendments restore language of the code that was stricken in the bill. The language that was restored automatically expired money in excess of $500,000 found in the service fees and collections account to the General Revenue Fund at the end of a given fiscal year. The House amendment also changed the fee to be charged from an election cycle subscription service from $3,000 to $1,000. The current fee in code is $6,000. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Not. All those in favor of the Senator's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 29 yeas, 5 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 622, relating generally to tax procedures and administration.
Message be received. The Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur in the House amendment to Senate Bill 622.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 622. Is there discussion? The Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendment took out the language that requires a release be issued at the end of a 10-year term, but requires a release when the tax commissioner determines the lien is unenforceable. It also makes technical and non-substantive changes and includes another provision of the code to keep the sections consistent. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is adoption of the motion as offered by the Senator from Ohio. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote. Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 656 relating to Student Data Accessibility, Transparency, and Accountability Act.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 656.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 656. Is there discussion? The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendment reduces the age from 16 to 15 for determining whether it's the student or the student's parent that can give a written consent for certain vendors to receive consideration for a student's assessment results, necessary directory, and other permissible information. The amendment also removes language providing that if a student forms a direct relationship with certain vendors, the data sharing and consent requirements do not apply. This language was found to be duplicative and unnecessary. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Not. Question for the Senate is adoption of the motion as offered by the senator from Ohio. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed Senate Bill 686, exempting facilities governed by DHHR that provide direct patient care.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur in the House amendment to Senate Bill 686.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 686. Is there discussion? The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendment made technical changes to resolve a potential code conflict and other non-substantive corrections. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Not. Question before the Senate is adoption of the motion as offered by the senator from Ohio. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present, or more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed Senate Bill 691 relating to off-road vehicles.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 691.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 691. Is there discussion? Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendments are technical and fix code conflicts with Senate Bill 28. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is adoption of the motion as offered by the senator from Ohio. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed Senate Bill 174, exempting transportation of household goods from PSC jurisdiction.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 174.
Senator from Ohio moves the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 174. Is there discussion? The Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendments inserted the provisions of Senate Bill 346, which eliminated the PSC's jurisdiction over motor carriers engaged in the non-emergency transport of Medicaid members. The Senate Bill 346 was passed by the Senate on March 1st. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Not. All those in favor of the Senator's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 29 yeas, 5 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 333, requiring all DHHR licensed facilities access West Virginia Controlled Substances Monitoring Program database.
Message be received. The Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate amend the House amendments to the committee substitute for Senate Bill 333.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate amend the House amendments to committee substitute for Senate Bill 333. Is there discussion? The Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill deals with reporting to and having access to the Controlled Substances database. My amendment removes specific language about what information must be petitioned by a pharmacy when someone other than the prescribed for person picks up a controlled substance prescription to that information provided on the government-issued ID, which all persons must show. The language in the House amendment requires information that the software mandated for use by the Board of Pharmacy is incapable of inputting. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the adoption of the motion as offered by the Senator from Ohio. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment as amended.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendment as amended. All those is there discussion? All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Senator from Marion County.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The Senator may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, last evening the Senator from Boone received a very prestigious award, and I think it's well noted that this body okay, I got it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Last evening at Stonewall Resort, the Senator from Boone received a very prestigious award, and I know that we all know that the Senator from Boone is an advocate of children when it comes to their health and well-being. He's always been an advocate. And last night, the West Virginia chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics presented the Senator from Boone the West Virginia Friends of Children Award. And this is a very prestigious award. Former recipients have been Senator Rockefeller, and everyone knows in this body how hard the Senator from Boone works when it comes to the health and well-being of children. And Mr. President, I hope you'll stand with me and recognize the Senator from Boone for this prestigious award.
the senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question is sent that the remarks by the senator from Marion in regards to our distinguished colleague from Boone be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess to take a photo with our esteemed colleague.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate stand in brief recess. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in brief recess.
This is the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel, a programming reminder. Tonight at 8 o'clock, the Legislature Today, the final hours returns. Your host, Ashton Mara, will be monitoring the floor actions in the House and Senate for the final 4 hours of the first regular session of the 83rd West Virginia Legislature. The Legislature Today, the final hours, the final night is back live from the Capitol here on West Virginia Public Broadcasting. While the Senate is paused here, we will remind you that the session has been extended 1 day by Governor Justice in order for the House and Senate to negotiate a state spending plan. 1 day by Governor Justice in order for the House and Senate to negotiate a state spending plan. 1 day by Governor Justice in order for the House and Senate to negotiate a state spending plan. 1 day by Governor Justice in order for the House and Senate to negotiate a state spending plan. 1 day by Governor Justice in order for the House and Senate to negotiate a state spending plan. 1 day by Governor Justice in order for the House and Senate to negotiate a state spending plan. 1 day by Governor Justice in order for the House and Senate to negotiate a state spending plan. 1 day by Governor Justice in order for the House and Senate to negotiate a state spending plan. 1 day by Governor Justice in order for the House and Senate to negotiate a state spending plan. 1 day by Governor Justice in order for the House and Senate to negotiate a state spending plan. 1 day by Governor Justice in order for the House The governor issued that proclamation, which reads in part, whereas Article 6, Section 51 of the Constitution of West Virginia sets forth the obligations of the governor and the legislature relating to the preparation and enactment of the budget bill, and whereas the budget bill has not been finally acted upon by the legislature as of the 5th day of April 2017. Therefore, the governor extending the 2017 regular session of the legislature for an additional period not to exceed 1 day, through and including the 9th of April 2017, but no matters other than the budget bill shall be considered during this extension of the regular session. So, all bills except the budget bill have to be approved by midnight tonight. And of course, we're watching bills that have been assigned to conference committees. That's when the House and Senate can't agree on a bill, so they appoint conferees. Those conferees meet and they work out the details of the bill if they can. We know that there are conference committees for several bills. Senate Bill 172, eliminating the salary for the Water Development Authority board members. Senate Bill 204, requiring appointments to fill the vacancies by governor. Senate Bill 224, employers' bond for wages and benefits that may have been reported. Senate Bill 554, false swearing in legislative proceedings. This year, for the first time, the legislature decided to require anyone testifying before a committee to take an oath. They did that without prescribing any kind of penalty if you fail to tell the truth under an oath. So Senate Bill 554 provides a small penalty for false swearing in a legislative proceeding. House Bill 2721, removing cost limitation on projects completed by the Division of Highways. House Bill 2722, eliminating financial limitations on utilizing the design-build program for highways. And House Bill 2868, relating to Uniform Unclaimed Property Act. These are the bills that we know are in conference committee. There will probably be several added as the House and Senate moves legislation today. Also in conference committee, House Bill 2329, possession of fentanyl, and House Bill 2585, relating to criminal activity. So through the day, we will be looking for these conference reports. There are deadlines on when the reports can be done.
Senate will please come to order. Senate will please come to order. Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to proceed to the 8th order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Bill's on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2002 relating to parental notification of abortions performed on unemancipated minors. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Committee on Health and Human Resources moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting section.
The junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2002.
Junior senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2002. This bill also is to alter the manner in which we notify parents of an unemancipated minor seeking an abortion.
The Committee on Health and Human Resources amended the House version of the bill to provide that the definition of unemancipated minor did not contain language regarding the unemancipated minor having not graduated from high school. The committee also returned to the time frame for the notice provisions back to current law. The House changed the notice to be 24 hours, and the committee returned that to 48 hours. The committee also removed the provision adopted by the House that allowed for a waiver from the notice provisions, be allowing a psychiatrist or a licensed psychologist to determine that the unemancipated minor was mature enough to proceed with the abortion without the requisite notice, or that the notice was not in her best interest. The committee also removed the provision allowing the physician to petition the court to allow the unemancipated minor proceed without notice. The unemancipated minor may petition on her own behalf and is entitled to court-appointed counsel. Finally, the committee added provisions for notice to the parents following the performing of an abortion as a result of a medical emergency. Be happy to take any questions.
Clerk has an amendment to the amendment.
Senator Palumbo moved to amend the amendment on page 4, section 3.
The senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, this amendment would, as I understand the amendment from the Committee on Health, removed the waiver option for a physician. My amendment would put that back in, but in a much tighter, more restricted way. It would provide that a physician who's qualified to treat mental health, psychiatrist or psychologist, if such physician, psychiatrist, or psychologist does not perform abortions as a part of his or her practice, is not associated professionally or financially with the physician proposing to perform the abortion, and finds that the notification would not be in the minor's best interest, could provide for that waiver. It would also say that that physician would have to file a petition under seal with the circuit court within which the minor resides, providing within 24 hours of making that determination, saying why the notification would not be in the minor's best interest. And then the court would then have to review the filing and direct appropriate measures to ensure the best interest of the minors are being taken, and also to make sure the safety of the minor is preserved, and to preserve evidence in the event there was a crime in connection with the pregnancy. So essentially, the current law allows physicians or the court to waive this notification if they find it's not within the minor's best interest, or if they find that the minor's mature enough to make their own decision. My amendment would remove that provision, allowing them to determine that they were mature enough. So it would only be they could do it if they find it's not in the minor's best interest. So it would be much tighter than the current provision in law right now. I think it'd be much tighter than what the House passed over here, but would still provide an opportunity for a young girl who's in a difficult position to not be forced into the court system, which I think the court system's a difficult thing for most adults to navigate if they're not lawyers, much less minor children and girls who are in tough, vulnerable positions. So this would retain that in a much more limited way for the physician waiver, so I would urge the adoption.
Further discussion. The senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I oppose this amendment, although I do appreciate the senator trying to find a way to make things in his mindset easier, but I find that it actually complicates matters. It is involving more people, and we were trying to simplify the procedure. The way that we have the bill written now, it is just a simple, expedited process that will be done quickly, and there will be someone who will be speaking for the child and making sure that her best interests are represented if her family is not, that those who can help her. So I oppose this amendment.
Further discussion. The junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the senior senator from 17th's amendment. Just so the body's very clear on this, I know it's a touchy subject, but this in no way changes the fact, can a minor get an abortion? That's not even part of the discussion. What this bill is addressing is, in certain circumstances, currently in West Virginia, as explained by witnesses in committee, 90% of abortions in minors occur with parental consent. We're talking about 4 cases in 2015. We don't have the data for 2016. So in those cases where a minor may feel that there's something going on at home, there's maybe abuse or something that is so detrimental, all this bill does is addresses, do the parents have to be notified? And if they don't have to be notified, what is that mechanism by which the parents' notification can be waived? That's all this bill is addressing. Now, there are those that are concerned that there's currently a loophole. If, for example, a minor just wants to have an abortion without the parents finding out about it, there could be the potential with physicians giving an okay for a loophole, and that abortion takes place when there may not be an abusive situation at home. Now, as a parent, I myself, my personal conviction is I'm against that. I think a parent should have the right to know. On the other hand, what the First Amendment does is it forces a scared, vulnerable 14-year-old child that has maybe been in a horrible situation at home to have to go to a circuit court and get through the judicial system themselves. Now, that's to me is difficult when most of the time this is a very scared individual that's already probably been under a horrific abusive situation, and their medical provider may be the first person that they feel comfortable talking to or approaching about this. So what the senior senator from 17th Amendment does is it keeps that medical provider in the loop, but at the same time it closes a loophole that if there's a situation where the medical provider feels that a parent notification should be waived, then that automatically triggers that medical provider being the advocate for that child, immediately notifying the judicial system, getting them involved so that that child is not sent back to some horrific situation. So I think it's the best of both worlds. It's the best protection for the child, and that's why I stand in support of the gentleman's amendment.
Further discussion. The senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of the amendment. I frankly don't think it's broken right now, the way it works. There's 4 cases last year, and as far as I know, those 4 cases were handled in a professional manner. But let me tell you what the current law is if we don't pass anything. If a physician suspects that there's abuse going on in the home, we have mandatory reporting. We break the law if we don't report that. Currently, it's my understanding that if the situation where the parental consent is very difficult or would result in harm to the teen, the physician handles it, and I think there's a report that's sent to the DHHR. It's my understanding. With the senior senator from the 17th Amendment, this report then would be sent to the circuit court system, and I think that really adds to the bill. Not that I think that there's anything wrong with this current way it's working, to be honest with you. So I urge adoption of the amendment.
Further discussion. The senator from Wood County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to address this kind of from a philosophical perspective. There's few relationships that are more sacred than the relationship between a parent and a child. And what this important bill does, it reconnects that relationship. Let's just be real frank. That is a wholly sacred relationship, the parent-child relationship. So this amendment seeks, in my opinion, the way I see it, this amendment seeks to sever again that relationship. I would be real careful before I made the decision to go there. Isaiah chapter 2 verse 3 says, "Out of Zion shall go forth the law." We all have first principles, first things that we go to where we develop our beliefs, our philosophical or theological beliefs. We all have a place where that we go. I happen to believe that Scripture is the fountainhead of all truth. Out of Zion shall go forth the law. God thought it so important, the relationship between the parent and the child, that he put it in the Ten Commandments when he said, honor thy father and thy mother. Fifth commandment. He put it in the Ten Commandments. So we're going to the first principles. The first principles we go to the Ten Commandments. The 13 colonies adopted their laws from the Pentateuch, from the Decalogue, from Scripture, the first things. And we want to sever that relationship. I think we should be real careful before we do that. God established the parent-child relationship. It's a holy thing. It is a first thing, a first principle. First principles you don't argue to, you argue from. God said, honor thy father and thy mother. I urge rejection of this amendment and the passage of this important bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. The senator from Upshur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to point out a couple of things. The first thing is the idea that this provides additional protection for the girl. There have been a number of expedites that have been done around the country, and one right here in West Virginia where a young person calls an abortion clinic on a phone and describes a situation which is clearly an abusive situation. And I think the one here in West Virginia was a girl who was on her face, 13 years old, on the phone, describing her relationship with I believe, 30-some-year-old guy and how she wanted to protect him. And the abortion clinic here in West Virginia told her exactly all the steps that she needed to jump through in order to protect her 35-year-old boyfriend from the law. And so the idea that we're going to have these abortion doctors here in West Virginia required to report, I don't have any doubt that our good doctor here from Boone or from Kanawha would do the right thing in that situation, but those are not the doctors these girls are going to. They're going to an abortionist, not really a doctor at all. Somebody whose entire career is built on the slaughter of innocent life is hardly a doctor. This doesn't protect those girls. What this does, it prevents that girl from having an opportunity to see a judge. Now, the reason why this is written this way, I believe, is because this keeps her from ever physically seeing that judge. Even when we describe this notion, it's going to be filed with the court. It's going to be filed with the court for review by the court. She's never going to see the judge. What she's going to see is a psychiatrist or a psychologist, some other type of mental health care provider. Whether they have a fiscal relationship or a financial relationship with the abortionist is not the real question here. If you look in Charleston, we've got dozens of psychologists and psychiatrists. Around the state of West Virginia, it's hundreds of them. It won't take more than the first week of this law being enacted before the abortionist here in West Virginia knows exactly which psychologist will always approve the idea that that girl needs an abortion, that it's the only acceptable alternative, that she's mature enough to have the abortion. People do it with what they call, circuit shopping in the legal system. They take certain legal cases to certain courts because they know that that judge is friendly. But one thing that's a little bit different here is, if you're an abortionist, you don't really have a choice in which judge necessarily you're going to get. And if that judge is a real serious judge, if that judge is the kind of judge that has seen the wreckage that's been caused to these young girls, we're not talking about no damage here. There is not a case of no damage. The data out there shows that these girls are far more likely, once they've had this procedure done, to be a drug addict, an alcoholic, to suffer from major depression. They have a higher suicide rate. Real damage occurs in this situation, and they find the right psychologist that they know will always, because what would happen? Let's just assume for a second an abortionist sends somebody to a psychologist, and the psychologist says, no, this girl doesn't need an abortion. No, this girl's family's not abusive. Will that abortionist ever send another girl to that psychologist? Of course not. They're going to send them to the ones that will always approve this process. With a judge, that's not the case. The judge sees the result of the mess that this creates. He sees the girls that have run into trouble from this and the women that have run into trouble from this years down the road. These are girls, by definition, in almost every case, that have been abused by somebody. And what this amendment would do is help that abuse continue. This will help that abuse perpetuate. This amendment will allow these girls to be victimized all over again by somebody whose only interest in their case is the $800 that they got in their pocket. This amendment guarantees that these girls will be re-victimized. And if you vote yes for this amendment, you're guaranteeing that these girls will be re-victimized. I urge rejection.
Further discussion. Further discussion. Recognize the senior senator from the 17th to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been a lot of things stated about this amendment. I want to clear up a couple things. I mean, one, this amendment eliminates the option that a physician could say the girl is mature enough to make this decision. So I know I've heard that a couple times. That's not in this amendment. The physician would only be able to say this is not in the best interest of the girl to notify her parent. Also, I think the idea of a physician or a psychiatrist rubber stamping these waivers. I mean, first of all, there's only 4 in the state right now, so this is not something that happens very often. But the idea that this would promote that, these physicians under my amendment would then have to file a petition with the court for the judge to investigate this situation. I mean, how many rubber stamps do you think are going to occur knowing the judge is looking over your shoulder at the situation that you've approved? I mean, we're talking about things that are just not true with this amendment. If you have a judge who's going to be looking at every one of these waivers where a doctor has said, we think it's going to be unsafe for this girl to notify her parents, I don't think doctors are going to willy-nilly do that when they know the court's looking over their shoulders at every one of these to determine and make sure the girl's best interests are at heart. So I think this amendment is a much tighter situation than what we have right now. It will still ensure that we're not forcing vulnerable girls in a difficult situation to navigate the court system. I would urge the adoption of the amendment.
Question for the Senate is adopting the amendment to the amendment as offered by the senior senator from the 17th. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment as offered by the senior senator from the 17th will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question there being 12 yeas, 22 nays, 0 absent and not voting, less than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment rejected. Question now is on adoption of the amendment as the committee amendment as offered by the Committee on Health and Human Resources. Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Question now. Clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2002 relating to parental notification of abortions performed on unemancipated minors. Third reading of the bill.
Question now, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Senator from Harrison County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill for one particular reason. This bill came to us with an agreement of all stakeholders from the House. And what we did was we took this bill and manipulated it for our own personal political gain. If you can't trust physicians to make decisions that they make every day with the oversight of a judicial panel and the DHHR, then what are we doing here? And what about all the other bills we passed where we put complete trust in our physicians' hands? Now, that bill came over from the House after a lot of work and a lot of agreement, and it came over as an agreed bill. And we've changed it for a bad reason, and that sets a bad precedent for the Senate. You can't trust the Senate even when everybody has come to a good agreement on a bill. And that's bad for us. I would vote no.
Further discussion. The junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to have one point of clarification. This bill, as its original or what we're voting on now, still manipulates that parental child consent. That was never the intention. The gentleman's amendments or anything, that never changed that. What this said was if that parental consent was to be waived, what we're getting ready to vote on, it's just how does that happen? Do you go to the court system, or do you allow a physician to be your advocate to go to the court system for you? Now, what we just removed was the physician's ability to go to the court system for that individual. But the parental, what you're voting on now is to sever that parental consent. It's just now gone through the judge. I just want to make sure the body is clear on that. Thank you.
Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 28 yeas, 6 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Takubo moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question for the Senate is adoption of title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Senator from Ohio County.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent to return to the sixth order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recall Senate Bill 238.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate recall Senate Bill 238. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Bill 238, just recalled, increases tax credits allowed for rehabilitation of certified historic structures.
Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand in recess until 2 p.m.
Are there announcements? The Senator from Nicholas County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Conference for House Bills 2721 and 2722 will meet at 1 p.m. We're a little late, but it'll be at 1 p.m. in the Lou McManus room, which is room M252, over on the East Wing. Thank you, or over on the East End. Thank you.
Further announcements? Not. Senior Senator from the 4th.
There's lunch provided for the Finance Committee in the Finance room.
Further announcements? Not. The question for the Senate is, shall the Senate stand in recess until 2 p.m.? All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the Senate in recess until 2 p.m.
And this is the way the final day goes. Some business, and then a recess, some more business, and a recess as these messages go back and forth between the House and the Senate. The House is set to come back in sometime soon, sometime after 1 o'clock, so we'll take you live to the House of Delegates and wait for Speaker Tim Armstead to gavel in the afternoon floor session.
House will be in order. All those not having privileges to the floor will please vacate the chamber. Messages from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announces the Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2083, increasing the felony criminal penalties for exposing children to methamphetamine manufacturing.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the House version of the bill sought to clean up and correct errors in the current statute relating to injury of a child as a result of the manufacture of methamphetamine. The Senate amendment made no substantive changes to the House version. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendment.
The gentleman from the 58th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House concurs in the Senate amendment. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 93 ayes, 2 nays, 5 members absent not voting. Majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2083.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2367, establishing a criminal offense of organized retail crime.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the Senate amendment made both substantive and technical changes to the bill. The changes, however, do not undermine the overall intent of the bill. In particular, the Senate retains the offense of organized retail theft and bases the penalties upon the value of the item stolen. The Senate amendment, however, eliminates the lowest misdemeanor penalty that was in the House version and instead creates 2 penalties with slightly different cash value amounts. In addition, the Senate amendment adds a new offense relating to the person acting as a fence or a go-between. Finally, the Senate amendment retains the general provisions related to venue for prosecution purposes, forfeiture, and cumulative stacking of amounts that are part of the organized theft. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in the Senate amendment.
Gentleman 58 moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the House is the gentleman's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House concurs in the Senate amendment. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 92 ayes, 3 nays, 5 members absent not voting. Majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2367.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2561 relating to public school support.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the bill would provide additional flexibility to school systems in use of school aid formula funding. The Senate amendment not only changed the House language to undo its funding flexibility provisions after 1 year, it added provisions removing limits on increasing property taxes, reducing local share unless the Board of Education meet and raise their levies to the maximum this month, repealed a special salvage value for wind power projects, and addressing eligibility of the West Virginia School for the Deaf and Blind to access SBA funding. The purpose of the bill is to permanently enhance flexibility in the allocation of education funding at the local level, not reduce funding to our county school systems. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we refuse to concur in the Senate amendments and ask the Senate to recede.
The gentleman 58 moves that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments and requests the Senate to recede therefrom. Is there discussion? If not, all in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Or the motion adopted, sorry. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2601 relating to municipal policemen's or municipal firemen's pension and relief funds.
Message shall be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the bill would amend the provisions of the West Virginia Code relating to the municipal pension and firemen's pension and relief funds relating to how corrections or errors are to be handled. The bill would also provide a new felony offense of knowingly making false statements or falsifying or permitting to be falsified any record of a pension and relief fund in an attempt to defraud the system. The Senate amendments reduce the penalty for the new crime from a felony to a misdemeanor and eliminates the provisions relating to disqualification of pension benefits. The Senate amendments make the provisions consistent with what is provided in the pension systems administered by the CPRB. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendments.
The gentleman from 58th moves the House concur in the Senate amendments. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House concurs in the Senate amendment. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 96 ayes, 0 nays, 4 members absent, not voting. Majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2601.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2679 relating to the possession of firearms in parks and park facilities.
Message shall be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 2679. The purpose of the bill is to remove restrictions on firearm carry in the parks generally. The Senate amendment incorporated the entirety of Senate Bill 345, the Sunday hunting bill, which has now passed both houses, as well as including the contents of the DNR requested bill, which opened the same section of code, making it an offense to catch, take, or kill, or attempt to catch, take, or kill any fish by means within 200 feet of a division of personnel engaged in stocking fish in the public waters. Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur in the Senate amendment.
John 58th moves the House concur in the Senate amendment. Gentleman from the 55th, Douglas Spinagle.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just would like to say there's 4 bills in one, and those fat possums are already getting on the run right now. It's a good bill. Urge passage.
Somehow I don't think the Senate interprets germaneness the same way as I do. Never know. Gentleman from 37th, Doug Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Majority Leader yield, please?
Gentleman yields.
Sure.
Today, does the Senate keep in the part about not allowing counties to county park and rec commissions to pass laws regarding their own parks?
Yes, they did, and the other provisions they added in there, it was 3 bills. They were all the same, I believe, as they left the House. But you're right on that one, too.
Well, I was for most of them, but not for the one aimed at coonskin. Sorry. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Request for the House is the motion by the gentleman from 58th that the House concur in the Senate amendments. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The House concurs in the Senate amendment. Question now before the House is the passage of the bills amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 91 ayes, 5 nays, 4 members absent, not voting. The majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2679.
Are there amendments to the title? If not titled as read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with its title amendment, Committee Substitute for House Bill 2683, relating to West Virginia Insurance Guarantee Association Act.
The message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the Senate made technical changes and to clean up to the title. Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendment, title amendment.
The gentleman from the 58th moves the House concur in the Senate amendment and title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House concurs in the Senate amendment and title amendment. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 96 ayes, 0 nays, 4 members absent not voting. The majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 2683.
Are there amendments to the title? If not title as read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment, Committee Substitute for House Bill 2702, relating to excused absences for personal illness from school.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 2702. The purpose of the bill is to address concerns of enforcement of compulsory school attendance. The Senate removed a provision allowing a principal to request documentation in addition to reasonable explanation for why a student was absent due to illness of a family member, including the medical provider statement of any additional documentation. The Senate also reinserted a provision for notice to the parents after 3 unexcused absences, but made it permissive and allowed notice to be made by means other than written, and made several other technical changes. Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur in the Senate amendments.
Gentleman from the 58th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments. The gentleman from the 29th, Doug Moy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Sure.
As the bill stands right now, could you walk through the steps, how it would be implemented?
How the bill would be implemented?
Yes, with the Senate changes.
Yeah, I can give you the general overview. At 3 days, it's now permissive. It would now be permissive for them to contact you and say you have 3 unexcused absences. At 5 days, I think it's required that there be a conference. And at 10 days, you're truant. But this allowed a little bit of flexibility. It used to be at 3 days you had to send a written communication. That's now permissive. And you can contact them by other means, a phone call or some of those other things.
So one of the purposes of this bill was to have a defined time limit when an excuse for an absence was turned in to the school.
That's right. That was part of it.
Is that still in there?
It is.
That portion is still in there.
It's now defined. That's right.
And is it, I think as it left here, it was 3 days?
It was, and it stayed the same.
It is 3 days.
That's right.
And when it left here, the principal could ask for other supporting documentation. Now the principal cannot, correct?
No, I think they still can. I think what the Senate changed, we tightened up the definition of family member. And if your child was sick to see Grandma or Aunt Betty, they can't make you bring a sick note for Aunt Betty. You can't require medical documentation for Aunt Betty's sickness, if that makes sense.
The portion about the principal asking for additional information, I thought I heard you say the Senate took that out.
The Senate removed this provision, and it's about personal illness or injury of a student's parent. If the illness, now remember, is the student's parent, guardian, custodian, or family member. So we're talking about the family member sick. It says, provided, however, that the principal may request additional documentation, including but not limited to a statement from a medical osteopathic, chiropractic physician, physician's assistant, or nurse practitioner, confirming the existence of the family member's illness or injury. That's what the Senate struck out. The doctor's note about the family member's illness or injury.
Okay. And to confirm one more time that after the student is absent, they've got 3 days to bring that excuse slip in, 3 school days.
3 days after their return to school.
After they return to school.
That's
Okay,
right.
thank you, sir.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for further questions?
Gentleman yield.
Sure.
One of the purposes of the bill was to tighten up the type of excuses that would be considered excused absences, based on the fact that a lot of prosecutors and judges have said that the excuse language is so broad now it could cover your brother in Colorado who's got a toothache. How have we tightened up with the Senate language now? How have they actually tightened up the excuses?
You're exactly right, and they have tightened it up. We said, provided that the excuse must provide a reasonable explanation for why the student's absence was necessary and caused by the illness or injury in the family. They have to be directly correlated, not just be present and active, but directly correlated for the reason for the student's absence now.
And who makes the decision whether the excuse is reasonable?
I believe that's a judgment call.
By whom?
The principal or attendance director that makes that call normally.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Ward.
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman continue to yield. Gentleman yields.
Sure.
I'm still a little confused here. So if a parent is sick and then able to take his child or her child to school, is she required to have a doctor's slip for excuse?
No, you're not required to. I think the bill as it left here said that the principal could request that information for the parent's illness. The Senate struck that out as too burdensome to require documentation for the family member's illness, but it still remains in the law that the student's absence has to be directly correlated to the family member's illness.
But in other words, they'll just take their word for it? I mean, there's no doctor slip or anything like that required?
There won't be a doctor slip required of the family member's illness, but they still have to directly correlate the reason for the student's absence.
Okay, thank you.
Other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the gentleman's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendments? If not, the question is, the gentleman's motion that the House concur in the Senate amendments. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House concurs in the Senate amendments. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. Oh, just a moment.
Who else? Lynch.
Okay. On that question, 86 ayes, 10 nays, 4 members absent not voting, a majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2702.
Are there amendments to the title? Not the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective July 1st, 2017.
Gentleman 58th moves the bill be made effective July 1st, 2017. All in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 94 ayes, 2 nays, 4 members absent not voting, 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July 1st, 2017. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2720, allowing the school building authority to transfer funds allocated into the school construction fund.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of the bill would be to amend the provisions of the code relating to the school building authority. The Senate amendments are technical in nature, and the Senate also voted to make the bill effective from passage. Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendments.
The gentleman from 58th moves that the House concur in the... Okay, question for the House is the motion by the gentleman from the 58th that the House concur in the Senate amendments. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The House concurs in the Senate amendments. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 95 ayes, 1 nay, 4 members absent, not voting. Majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2720.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill made effective July 1, 2017.
The gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective July 1, 2017. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 95 ayes, 0 nays, 5 members absent, not voting. 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July 1st, 2017. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2739 relating to supplemental Medicaid provider reimbursement.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the Senate amendments add language directing the DHHR to seek to maximize the opportunity for privately owned emergency medical transportation companies to participate in the reimbursement program when seeking CMS approval. The changes only provide private emergency medical transportation companies the opportunity to participate in the program if permitted by federal law, and do not change the House's purpose in passing the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendments.
The gentleman from the 58th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 94 ayes, 2 nays, 4 members absent, not voting. Majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2739.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2771 relating to temporary teaching certificates for armed forces spouses.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 2771, it allows the superintendent to issue a temporary teaching certificate to an armed forces spouse if he or she holds an equivalent credentialing certificate from another state. The Senate amendment adds that the certificate must be unencumbered, therefore strengthening the bill. Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendment.
The gentleman 58th moves the House concur in the Senate amendment. All in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 96 ayes, 0 nays, 4 members absent, not voting. Majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2771.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 2815 relating to higher education governance.
The message will be received. The gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 2815. The purpose of the bill is to streamline higher education governance and provide greater flexibility to higher education institutions. The Senate amendments first directed the Higher Education Policy Commission to study and make recommendations to the legislature regarding a funding formula and budget appropriations to higher education institutions. Second, it directed the West Virginia Development Office to research and make certain recommendations to the governor and the legislature regarding research, economic development, job development, and the I-79 Tech Park. The amendments provide further clarification consistent with the bill, cure a code conflict, and provide technical cleanup. Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur in the Senate amendments.
The gentleman from 58th moves the House concur in the Senate amendments. The gentleman from 36, Delegate Rowe. Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Sure.
I noticed that the Senate made an amendment concerning the tech park, and at one time there was in the bill there was a transfer of authority or ownership of the tech park. Is that still in the bill, or
You're
did that
talking
get
the
removed?
I-79 Tech Park?
Yes. No.
Yeah, they took that out, and they have in there a research and a study on the issue.
All right. Is there anything dealing with the tech park in South Charleston in this bill?
Yeah, it may be that it's part of the comprehensive study. I don't know, but my script says I-79 Tech Park, and I'm not sure whether that's in there for both of them, the whole issue, but it's been changed to just the study of the issue.
So it's just a study, and there was specifically an amendment, I think, at one point, maybe in a committee, that provided for a transfer of ownership of the tech park in South Charleston, but that's not in the bill at this time.
That's not in the bill.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Further members desiring to speak to the motion by the gentleman from the 58th that the House concur in the Senate amendment. If not, the question for the House is the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The House concurs in the Senate amendment. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 94 ayes, 2 nays, 4 members absent not voting. A majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2815.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 2857, West Virginia Safer Workplaces Act.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the bill creates or establishes a private sector drug testing policy. The Senate amendment added a requirement to the testing procedures that any observer of the collection of a urine sample shall be the same sex as the employee. In addition, the Senate amended the title. Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendments.
The gentleman from 58th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House concurs in the Senate amendment. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 79 ayes, 17 nays, 4 members absent not voting. The majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2857.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment. Committee substitute for House Bill 2897, raising the amount required for competitive bidding of construction contracts by the state and its subdivisions.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 2897 establishes a uniform monetary threshold at which competitive bidding is required for construction contracts. The Senate amendment adds new language which will prevent a contracting public entity from awarding a new contract to a bidder that is known to be in default of a monetary obligation to the state or one of its subdivisions. The contracting public entity will be required to take reasonable steps to determine whether an apparent low bidder is in such default before awarding the contract. The Senate title amendment also reflects new language added to the amendment. Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendments.
Gentleman 58th moves the House concur in the Senate amendments. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 96 ayes, 0 nays, 4 members absent not voting. The majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2897.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment House Bill 3018, adding definition of correctional employee to the list of persons against whom an assault is a felony.
Message will be received. Gentleman for the 58th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the Senate amendment adds employees of the Division of Juvenile Services and employees of entities who provide services to incarcerated persons to the definition of correctional employee. And the amendment also incorporates these individuals into the provisions regarding sentencing for crimes against correctional employees. This does not alter the intent of the bill, but rather it includes other types of correctional officers and individuals that work in correctional facilities. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur in the Senate amendment.
Gentleman 58 moves the House concur in the Senate amendments. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 95 ayes, 0 nays, 5 members absent not voting. Majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
House Bill 3018.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 3093, establishing broadband enhancement and expansion policies.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 3093. The Senate amendments marry this bill to Senate Bill 614. Senate Bill 614 provides that the Board of Treasury Investments will provide from the Consolidated Fund a $50 million non-recourse revolving loan to the Economic Development Authority to ensure the payment or repayment of loans to broadband providers. The EDA may not insure more than $10 million to a single provider within a calendar year period. The interest rate for those loans will be set on July 1st, 2017, and then be adjusted quarterly and the annual adjustment for those loans will not exceed 1%. The broadband provider must provide written certification that it would not otherwise be eligible for a loan without the issuance from the EDA. Other providers may challenge the projected expanded broadband path to the Broadband Enhancement Council, who will approve or disapprove. These procedures apply to all applicants unless the provider will provide at least 1 gigabyte per second of broadband service. The Senate also added appropriate language to the title to reflect this addition. The Senate amendment adds another tool for broadband development which does not create any new revenue demands and does not harm the bill's purpose. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendments.
The gentleman from 58th moves the House concur in the Senate amendments. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Declare the House concurs in the Senate amendments. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 93 ayes, 3 nays, 4 members absent not voting. The majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3093.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendments with further amendment passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 240, creating crime of non-consensual distribution of sexual images.
Match shall be received. Gentleman for the 58th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 240, the Senate amendment strikes out language that could lead to an overbroad interpretation and application of the crime's elements. Such application would ultimately frustrate the purpose of the bill. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendments.
The gentleman from 58th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendments. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House concurs in the Senate amendments. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 96 ayes, 0 nays, 4 members absent not voting. A majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 240.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Okay. Gentleman from the 58th. Gentleman from the 58th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the members, a custom of the House is that we allow an intern from each of the internship programs to speak to us about their time here. These students have been assigned to various committees and offices. They worked with us every day and also attended classes. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Emily Kaplinger, a Herndon Fellow from Marshall University, majoring in communication studies. She has been placed with the Speaker's office and served with us in the leadership team. Emily, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to return to the second order of business for the purpose of an introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce Delegate Roger Hanshaw, who this morning stole my speech's opening joke by introducing former Delegate Dan Greer. Would you please stand in the House and feel welcome? Also, to the delegate from the 55th, I'll go ahead and let you know, this speech includes no fiscal note. But seriously, on behalf of the Herndon interns, I want to thank all the delegates and staff who have made this session an amazing experience. We've had the opportunity to learn so many things in the past 60 days, so I just wanted to share a few of them. Thanks to Delegate McGeehan, we learned all about the principle of proportionality, which I think means the longer he talks, the later we have to stay at work. Delegate Folk taught us about the genesis of, well, everything. From Chairman Schott, we learned the most frustrating question in politics is, would the chairman yield? Delegate Bates taught us that if you get up and talk about the same thing every day, eventually the finance chair will get so annoyed he'll come up with a budget. We learned that if your brother's uncle's second cousin twice removed has a friend who was a teacher in a past life, you should probably ask for Rule 49, even though you're sure to be a member of a class. And then there was the governor, who taught us all about the animal kingdom. We learned about poodles and grizzly bears, walruses, and 800-pound gorillas. We also heard about knuckleheads, blockheads, and 14 carats dog messes. But enough about Dan, Jeff, and Jared. This session has been marked by passion. Passion over the future of our state, about tackling substance abuse, about the role in government. And we interns learned that regardless of what side of the aisle you sit on, everyone in this room has a passion to do good for the people of our state. Coming into this experience, my fellow interns and I had our own preconceived political beliefs. Many of us spent last year feeling the burn, or saying I'm with her, or even that we want to make America great again. Like all college students, we thought we had it all figured out and were set in our ways. But when we got here and began working in our various roles, we learned that no matter how polarized we previously were in our beliefs, there's always another view to consider. I got to learn this personally working with the Republican leadership team and staff. Now, you may find this hard to believe, but I'm not quite as conservative as Dan Greer and Jeff Billings. Fortunately, during our many debates about women's rights, the Second Amendment, or marijuana legalization, Jeff only made me cry once. Guess you'll have to try harder next time, Jeff. Just kidding, we all know he's a sweetheart. But hearing and participating in these debates has helped me and my fellow interns learn a lot over these past months about the importance of seeing others' points of view. All of our lives and all of our beliefs are defined by our experiences, and each one of us in this room has had different experiences that shape our political views. Delegate Baldwin is a pastor. Delegate Ellington delivers babies. Delegate Boggs drives trains, while Delegate Folk flies planes. Delegate Deem is actually older than this building, while Delegate Blair is younger than all the interns. Everyone is different, and that shapes their politics. In these past 60 days, my fellow interns and I have learned that these differences should not serve to divide us, but rather give us an opportunity to hear all sides of an issue and reach a compromise that will do the most good for our state. An approach that takes everyone's experiences into consideration, that makes the whole greater than the sum of its parts. Leaving this experience, my fellow interns and I walk away with a renewed appreciation for the diversity of viewpoints in this state, and we will take that with us as we go forward in life. I want to thank each and every one of you for giving us the privilege of being part of this grand process, and I hope one day we can return to take a more active role. Maybe one day we could be speaker, or even designated happy birthday singer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask unanimous consent that these remarks be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Thank you, Emily. And by the time we get the Appendix of the Journal actually completed this year, many of you will probably be sitting in these seats as members of the House Delegates. Gentleman from the 50A.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We also have with us a journalism intern, Cheyenne DeBolt from Marshall University. She's majoring in public relations and political science. She's been placed with the Public Information Office. Ms. DeBolt, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Speaker, delegates, and guests, thank you for allowing me to address you today. I've spent this session working as an intern in the Legislative Information Office. I thank everyone in that office for giving me that opportunity. We have worked with several delegates this session, and I've truly enjoyed working with each of them, and I thank them for challenging my writing skills. This internship gave me the opportunity to see all the action on the House floor. I've loved every second of it, and I must thank each of you for inspiring me. Your passion for your districts in the state of West Virginia exudes through your debates. It's truly been wonderful getting to know each of you through your actions in this body. I also want to thank all those who live in or have visited Romine and Evansboro and sometimes Hamilton's, because you guys have kept it very interesting back in that corner, and you've always made sure that we had anything we needed. This internship has been a fantastic experience where I have been able to strengthen my writing skills and develop a better understanding of the legislative process. And I've even just developed a passion for it, and maybe someday we'll be sitting where you are. I'm truly sad to see this end, but I'm grateful for all I've learned. This internship has truly taught me what it means to love the state of West Virginia. And I know that wherever I may roam, West Virginia will always be my home. Thank you.
I want to thank both of you for those remarks, and also would ask that all of our interns that are in the chamber now, please stand. We want to also thank you for all your hard work this year. We certainly rely on you in so many ways, and you're not just observers of the process, you're truly a part of the process, and work hard, I know, each day to help us keep the trains running here, maybe the trains at Delegate Boggs is engineering. We certainly appreciate all of your hard work, your dedication, and we do hope that you enjoyed the process and truly have a, we will come back to that, but I wanted to go ahead and get all the interns to stand and thank you for your hard work. Thank you. The order was changed on my list here, so I apologize. Gentleman from the 58.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, next we have Cassie Tabor, our Rollins Fellow. She's a political science and public administration graduate at Marshall University. She's been placed with our education committee. Ms. Tabor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the body and honored guests. Today I stand in front of you to tell about my experience and the knowledge I have gained being part of the 83rd legislative session. But truthfully, I do not think words can justify the reward that I've received. First, I'd like to thank the House Committee on Education for the experience I will never forget. Thank you, Chairman Espinoza and Vice Chairman Statler, for allowing me the opportunity to not only draft, amend legislation, but also allowing me to present to the committee. I would also like to thank the staff for becoming my mentors for the last few months and also taking me under their wings as one of their own. Every intern has different experiences in each committee they're placed in, but I full-heartedly believe I was placed in the best committee for me. Each committee has different dynamics. I've never felt out of place or away from home while I was in the odd-shaped office known as education. For the past 3 months, I've been honored to experience an opportunity that many others do not. There has never been an avenue for me to experience the legislative process so closely. Growing up across the river in Huntington and attending University of Ohio, I never had the opportunity like this. West Virginia is one of the few states that have a program for students that works so closely with the state lawmakers. I've always believed West Virginia is unique in a special place. During this experience, I had the ability to draft legislation, amend, present in front of the full committee, to see it pass floor, and to move on to the Senate chamber and eventually be signed by the governor.
To say that this was a great sense of pride would be an understatement. During my time here, I've experienced the good and the bad, but the bad never seems as rough when you look at the bigger picture. Here, we have the opportunity to change the lives of nearly 1.85 million people. Here, we have the opportunity to voice our beliefs, no matter how different they may be. Here, we have the power to see all walks of life are represented in a great state with equal opportunity. In many countries, people cannot voice their opinion, especially if it goes against the culture norm. In some instances outside of our great country, I would not have the ability to address this body as a woman. The women of this chamber have overcome many obstacles, ensuring that the future girls of West Virginia will always have more opportunity. Although there are many things as a body we do not agree on, the single fact that we are able to come together for the benefit of West Virginia is something remarkable. I've been in a school for the majority of my life. Sometimes I feel like I will be a forever student. But in reality, I have learned more in the past 60 days than the last 6 years of my formal education. In school, they don't teach you the formality of the legislative process. They don't teach you that all the sweat and the tears and the hard work that go behind every bill, no matter where they die or how far they make it. Although I was born and raised a Buckeye, West Virginia will always be home. Thank you.
Again, thank you, and let's give all of our interns one more hand for all their hard work this week. What purpose does the gentleman from 32nd Delegate love to seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, every week I'm very fortunate to have the opportunity to report on several radio stations in central and southern West Virginia, what I call a legislative update. Well, last week I decided to let the young lady who is one of the interns, like here tonight, do the report for me. And I also add that, incidentally, to my Facebook. And it has a count on it of how many hits it gets. And believe it or not, this little gal came within 25 of getting as many hits that I get doing it on my Facebook each week. And I'm talking about a young lady named Rebecca Turnbull, and she compiles that legislative update for me each week. It does a great job, and it adds something to the legislature here by those radio stations repeating this out and some recording it and playing it back several times, letting folks know what you folks do here in the legislature. And again, I want to congratulate and thank Rebecca for her excellent job of doing this legislative update for those radio stations in central and southern West Virginia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John from 43rd, Delegate Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gives me great pleasure this afternoon to introduce my daughter Holly and Bryce. They're here to observe the comedy for the rest of the day.
To the members, the clerk has some service pins to award to members for their service. We're going to go ahead and do that now because I'm sure it's going to get much more active later here this evening. So I would recognize our clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a tradition at the end of each session to recognize those who have reached certain milestones in their service in the House. 5 years, 10 years, every 5-year milestone, we have a service pin. These service pins have locking backs to help you keep from losing them. We do have extras, though. So as I announce those who reach these milestones, if you would come forward and receive your pin. For 5 years, we have several who have reached the end of their 5th session. Delegate Ambler.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Delegate Arvon. Delegate Butler. Delegate Cooper.
Thank you, sir.
Delegate Espinosa.
And while the House gives out its service pins, the Senate has just returned from a recess. Let's head over to the Senate floor.
Intern. She's with the Senate Clerk's office. And then we'll hear an address from Ben Spurlock, our Rawlings intern with the Senate Judiciary Committee. Whitney?
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Senate, for allowing me the opportunity to give this address today. It is my honor and privilege to speak on behalf of all the Judith Herndon Fellows. To begin, I would like to speak a little about who Judith Herndon was. She was a member of this legislature for 10 years, from 1970 to 1974, serving in the West Virginia House of Delegates, and from 1974 to 1980, serving in the West Virginia Senate, proudly representing Ohio County. While serving in the Senate, she was the only female at the time. She was an experienced lawyer who distinguished herself by her legislative accomplishments of tax reform and sexual assault legislation. A woman who was direct and articulate, respectful and admired, controversial and outspoken, bright and able, courageous and fearless. A true public servant who perished too soon at the age of 39 on November 19, 1980. The following year, in 1981, the Judith Herndon Fellowship Program began in remembrance of Senator Herndon and her accomplishments. On behalf of the Fellows, I can say that we are proud and grateful to have been chosen to represent such a strong woman in legislative superpower. We would like to thank all the senators and staff for being so welcoming and guiding us with their experience. Some of the senators and staff we would like to thank particularly are Senator Blair, Senator Klein, Senator Weld, Senator Takubo, Senator Mann, Senator Carnes, Senator Prezioso, and Legal Counsel Kevin Baker for directly working with us interns. I would personally like to thank the Senate Clerk, Clark Barnes, Lee Cassis, and Diana Ramsey for being so amazing to me and for entrusting me to coordinate the PAGE program independently. I must say, initially, I was a little skeptical of spending most of my time focusing on 442 pages. However, I then realized that I am privileged to spend every single morning with the future of West Virginia. I've had several pages who were more interested in what was being said on the floor rather than actually paging. I realized that I could take this opportunity as head page and inspire these kids to be actively involved in our state government someday. I am grateful to have been blessed with this opportunity. Once again, we would like to express our gratitude for this experience and your hospitality. From our short time here, we have learned so much and plan to use what we have learned to further our careers. We have built friendships among ourselves that will last a lifetime, and we could not have accomplished it if it weren't for you choosing us and truly making our group stronger together. Thank you for showing us just how important it is to care about what happens inside of these walls, and for inspiring us to perhaps run for office someday. I think it is safe to say that Judith Herndon would be proud of these interns, as well as being proud of this 83rd legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, Whitney. Now we'll hear remarks from Ben Spurlock.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Ben Spurlock. I'm a graduate public administration student at West Virginia University, and I've been given the privileged opportunity of serving this session as a Walter Rollins Scholar, and was honored to have spent this session serving under Chairman Trump and the Judiciary Committee. Back in 2014, I was given another internship opportunity as a Fraser Singleton intern. And after what was one of the quickest moving weeks of my life, I left with a craving to return to the legislature. 3 years and multiple indecisive career choices later, I was given a blessed opportunity to return. I've always possessed a love for civics and politics, and even deemed myself a individual that I thought was relatively well informed. But I could never express how much I've learned and experienced during this session. Over many early mornings, long nights, and skipped meals, this internship has been an experience of a lifetime, one with memories that I'll carry forever. And over the course of these 60 long days, I've commonly been asked, how are you enjoying things? And there's always one response that comes to my mind, that you could never teach any of this in a classroom or textbook. Yes, I absolutely love the textbook learning of the legislative process front and back, and getting to witness our state's policies being shaped. But getting the opportunity to not only witness and experience real-life politics unfold in front of my own eyes, and even have the opportunity to serve that process in numerous capacities is such a unique experience that could never be replicated outside of these Capitol walls. But mostly, I've developed a vast respect for the never-ending efforts that each and every one of you devote to the legislative process and the people of West Virginia every single day. The Senate is constructed of an entire body of exemplary individuals coming from a broad array of backgrounds, each bringing your own unique experiences and expertise of this distinguished body. We have everything ranging from coal miners to civil engineers, pulmonologists to physical therapists, land surveyors to lawyers and veterans. Each one of you coming from different backgrounds, but all of you accepting the call to public service, enduring nonstop bouts of public criticism, ridicule, and praise, and each embracing the challenge of serving not just one, but both the best interests of your own constituents and the best interests of the state of West Virginia. This internship has shown me that there's much more than meets the eye in the legislative process, especially the supporting staff behind the scenes that helps keep this machine running. While the public eye is focused on the debates and votes being cast here in the Senate chamber, there's an entire staff working day and night nonstop behind the scenes to help this process move along. I was given the blessed chance to work alongside one of the hardest working groups of individuals that I've ever come across here in the Judiciary Committee. I'm indebted to the entire committee staff and the chairman for their incredible hospitality, patience, and respect. They never once treated me as just an intern. They treated me as an equal. And I happily woke up every single day to come here to work, and I looked forward to working alongside these amazing individuals every single day that I came to this Capitol. Ever since day one, I've been dreading that at some point this all would have to come to an end. But until that clock strikes midnight tonight, I look forward to what remains in these final few hours of the 83rd Legislature. It's been an unbelievable experience getting to be a part of this process during such a critical and opportunistic time in our state's history. And I must say thank you for allowing me to not only grow as an individual during this opportunity, but to be a part of something much bigger than myself. And thank you, not only on behalf of myself, but on behalf of the interns that have come before me and the interns to follow years down the road. And finally, thank all of you for your service to this great state of West Virginia, because it's your dedication and service and willingness to make the hard decisions that allow our state to continue to grow and to be almost heaven. Thank you, and bless the great state of West Virginia.
I'm so glad we were able to capture both the House and the Senate interns and their remarks to the members of the body. It is very important, and a lot of legislators have come through as interns.
Senate will please come to order. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Ask unanimous consent to return to second order of business for a brief introduction.
Is there objection? Chair hears none.
In the North Gallery, we have a family of our council, Michael Rogers. It's Rick Petrie and Haiti and Honor Petrie. If they would stand in the house, would make them welcome.
Further introductions? The Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to consideration of House Bill 2711.
Is there objection? Chair hears none.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2711, abolishing regional education service agencies and providing for the transfer of property and records.
The Senator from Monroe.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Third reading of the bill.
Yeah. Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass?
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2711 has several parts, and I know we went over several things in our committee and several things on from the amendment stages last night. This bill relates to the REISs and the educational service cooperatives. It relates to our new summative assessments, touches on the relating to OEPA accreditation and accountability, and relating to County Superintendent's Advisory Council, relating to the school calendar and faculty senate meetings, and the planning periods for our teachers. This is a governor's bill. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions, but I urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine.
This is House Bill 2711, abolishing regional educational service agencies, one of the governor's bills.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 21 yeas, 13 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on Education moved to amend the title.
Senator from Monroe County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the Education Committee amendment, title amendment. Thank you.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk has another title amendment.
Senator Mann moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will please communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that we proceed to consideration of House Bill 2916.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Ohio requests unanimous consent that we proceed to consideration of House Bill 2196. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2196 relating to the Secondary Schools Athletic Commission. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The Senator from Upshur.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House Bill 2196, the purpose of this bill is to allow homeschoolers, private school students, and parochial school students to participate in interscholastic programs at a public secondary school. Each participant is to abide by certain standards, such as having the test results that average above the 4th stay 9 for homeschoolers. These homeschoolers must maintain these test scores for 2 years to become eligible to participate in public school interscholastic programs. For private and parochial school students, these students must have a GPA that is within the WVSSA's guidelines, which is 2.0 or above, has not reached the age of 19 by August 1 of the current school year. An amateur participant that cannot be paid agrees to comply with all disciplinary rules and regulations of the WVSSAC and county board in which the student lives. Eligibility is limited to participation in interscholastic programs at the public secondary schools serving the attendance zone in which the student lives. Students who transfer during the school year are subject to the same transfer protocols that apply to member-to-member transfers. And reasonable fees are charged for non-enrolled students, but the fee must be the same fees as are charged to an enrolled student. And urge adoption.
Is there discussion? Further discussion? The senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator from Upshur yield?
Does the senator yield? The senator does yield.
Senator, you said that the homeschool students would have to be within the 4th stay 9. My recollection from last year when we changed the standard for all homeschool students to the 4th stay 9 was like the 24th percentile. Is that right?
I believe that's roughly correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Can I speak to the bill, Mr. President?
Yes, the senator is recognized to speak to the bill.
I would rise in opposition to this bill. I've heard from a couple administrators and principals who are concerned about this bill, and not that they are necessarily concerned with homeschool students participating in sports, but a couple things came up. First of all, I think they have concern about the private school, allowing private school students to participate in the public school sports. They think it's going to lead to recruiting. Once the private school student participates in the public school sport, then that public school might try to recruit that student there for other sports and cause problems in that regard. Also, when we're talking about the 24th percentile, I think that we're lowering the bar for the homeschool students to participate in sports beneath what exists for public school students. So I would urge rejection of the bill.
Further discussion, the senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak in favor of this bill. I think it has been very thoughtfully done. They have taken into consideration the schools. They've talked with the school board. Everyone is on board with the concessions that have been made to put this carefully drafted piece of legislation together. And when it comes to the 24th percentile, which the senator from the 17th mentioned, I want to point out that the reason for why some of these families are homeschooling their children is because their children have some serious learning disabilities, serious enough that they feel they have to keep their children at home and help them. And I am one of those that has a child who has some issues, and I'm homeschooling that child. That child might not really be able to succeed at a C level in the public school. And in homeschooling them, I'm doing the best that I can to get them to be the best that they can be. Does that mean that he can't participate in one of the social activities at the public school? I don't want to deny him that opportunity. And I know that there are others also in the same place. So I urge you to adopt this. I think it is important, and it will be a great opportunity for us to encourage homeschool students to see what a great place public schools are in West Virginia, and it might actually encourage them to go to the public schools. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Is Senator from Upshur wish to close debate?
I will, just briefly. I would like to address one of the concerns raised by the senator from Kanawha, and that is that while we can't necessarily rule out the possibility that a student who participates in one sport at a public school, that public school may try to invite that student to play a different sport, the bill is pretty clear that you can only participate in the sport at the public school if the private school that you attend or the parochial school that you attend does not offer that sport. So if your private school has a football program but not a basketball program, you can play in the basketball program, but you wouldn't be able to play in the football program at the public school, because if your private school offers it, then you'll play at your private school. So I'd like to touch that. And just briefly on the 24th percentile thing, one of the things we learned last year when we dealt with the Tim Tebow bill was that if I recall roughly, we have to remember that the way the Stay 9 system works, the 24th percentile actually equates relatively close to what is a C student in the public school system because it's a bell curve, the way the Stay 9 system works. And so the 24th percentile doesn't mean that they have a grade point average, on a scale of 100 at 24. It means that 24% of the students score below that and 75% roughly score above that. And that's roughly in the C average range, actually. So this allows some type of a standard, and the 24th percentile, or the fourth Stay 9, is roughly where those public school students would be scoring if they were a C student. So again, I urge adoption.
Excuse me, senior senator from the 5th.
Would the senator from Upshur yield?
Would.
Yeah, I'll allow it. If you would the senator yield? The senator does yield.
Let me ask you a question. What I heard from you concerns me, and I was probably going to vote for the bill until what you just said. I don't think the SSAC will allow you to play basketball for one team and then play football for another team. And I thought that's what you said.
Well, I believe that's exactly the way it's written, and I believe it's specifically because of the concern that others expressed, much like the senator from Kanawha, that a private school would feel like they would see a flight of their students or potential team members fleeing from the private school. So what we're trying to do is make sure that there's a path for kids, because we assume, and I assume the senator would agree, that the school sports programs, the band program, other extracurricular activities offer value to the students, or we wouldn't offer them. And so in this particular case, for example, you might have a student who plays football and the tuba. His private school may offer a band program, but not a football program. This allows him to get the full value that may be offered from both the band program that's offered at his private school as well as the football program at the public school.
But let me ask you a question. Absent of the private school, the homeschool child, and would they be able to participate at Huntington St. Joe and then Huntington High?
I believe the way this is written, they can participate in the public school in the attendance zone that they're at. As it relates to the private school question, I don't think it's necessarily the intent of the bill, but it's possible that they could, I believe.
I mean, I think you pose a real dilemma for the SSAC with the analogy that a student that, let's use St. Joe, and I hate to pick on the senator from Cabell's alma mater here, but it's in the district that we represent. St. Joe does not offer football, and so the way that your analogy, what you were saying is that child could play at St. Joe for baseball and basketball, but they could go to Huntington High for football.
Senator, I actually would retract what I just said, because that was a suggested amendment that wasn't, I believe, adopted. So the way this bill is currently written, you can only participate, or you could be limited from participating in more than one school. There was an amendment suggested, and I think it's being considered.
I was just going by what you said, and that's what I was trying to...
And that was my mistake, again, recalling a separate amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Question is, before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 23 yeas, 10 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment.
Senator Carnes moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the Senate to the House. The senator from Brooke County seeks recognition. For what purpose?
Mr. President, unanimous consent to address the Senate for purpose of making a conference committee announcement.
Senator may proceed. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Conference Committee on Senate Bills 2329, 2579, 2585 will be meeting at House Judiciary at 3:45, and that conference committee will consist of myself, the senior senator from the 6th, and the junior senator from the 8th. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that we proceed to consideration of House Bill 2801.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2801, expiring funds to the unappropriated balance in the State Fund from the Department of Revenue, Office of the Secretary, Revenue Shortfall Reserve Fund. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senior senator from the 4th.
Actually, Mr. President, this is the same supplemental that we amended into the House version yesterday, and I explained it yesterday. So if there are no questions, I would just recommend its passage.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Not. Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made.
Clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Hall moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Ohio moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. The senator from Brooke County seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to address the Senate for purposes of making a conference committee announcement.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The conference committee on Senate Bill 554 will be taking place at 3 o'clock in the Senate President's Conference Room, and that will consist of myself, the junior senator from the 2nd, and the junior senator from the 13th. Senator from Mongalia, I'm sorry.
Clerk has a House message.
The clerk of the House announced conferees as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 2329, prohibiting the production, manufacture, or possession of fentanyl. The House named delegates Sabonia, Holland, and R. Miller.
Message be received. Clerk has another House message.
The clerk of the House announced that the House has appointed conferees as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 2579, increasing the penalties for transporting controlled substances. The House appointed delegates Sabonia, Holland, and R. Miller.
Message be received. Clerk has another House message.
The clerk of the House announced that the House has appointed conferees as it relates to committee substitute for House Bill 2585, creating felony crime of conducting financial transactions involving proceeds of criminal activity. The House appointed delegates Sabonia, Holland, and R. Miller.
Message be received. Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that we proceed to consideration of House Bill 3103.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed House Bill 3103, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senior senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This House Bill 3103 is actually the same as the Senate bill that we passed on April the 4th, but they're not going to take ours up. We're going to send back the same version to them for them to take it up. So I've explained this supplemental before. If others have questions, I'll be happy to answer. But
further discussion?
Passage of the bill.
Oh, excuse me. Further discussion? Not the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and requesting unanimous consent the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Ohio moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than two-thirds of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that we proceed to consideration of House Bill 2935.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2935, relating to state flood protection planning. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2935 establishes two new entities for the purpose of addressing flood issues. The first one is the Joint Legislative Committee on Flooding, and the other one is the State Resiliency Office. The Joint Legislative Committee on Flooding is tasked with studying flood damage reduction and flood plan management, and is composed of 5 members of the Senate and 5 members of the House of Delegates. The State Resiliency Office is created within the Development Office, which is part of the Department of Commerce. The office is to serve as the recipient of disaster recovery funds and act as the coordinating agency of recovery and resiliency efforts, including matching funds for other disaster recovery programs. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Further discussion? Further discussion. If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Blair moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question for the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The Senate here is kind of picking and choosing what bills they want to take up on third reading. That was just House Bill 2935 relating to state flood protection planning. That was the House Speaker's bill, I believe. The Speaker was very much affected by the June floods, as was his hometown. So now that bill will be reported to the House. House Bill 2935, state flood protection. The Senate also took up House Bill 2711, abolishing the regional educational service agencies, and a vote of 21 to 14. The Senate also took up House Bill 2002 relating to parental notification of abortions performed on unemancipated minors. It passed 28-6. And House Bill 2196 relating to the Secondary Schools Athletic Commission. It passed 23-10. The House is in recess until 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Clerk has a House message.
Clerk of the House announced that the House has rejected the Senate amendments and asks the Senate to recede therefrom as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2589, permitting students who are homeschooled or attend private schools to enroll and take classes at the county's vocational school.
Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate refuse to recede and the chair be authorized to appoint conferees.
Senator from Ohio moves that the House refuse to recede from House amendments to House Bill 2589 and that the chair be authorized to appoint a conference committee. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. On behalf of the Senate, the chair appoints the senior senator from the 8th, the senator from Monroe, and the senator from Harrison County. Clerk will please communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Clerk has another House message.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House has rejected the Senate amendments and asked the Senate to recede therefrom as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2631 relating to time standards for disposition of complaint proceedings.
The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate refuse to recede and the chair be authorized to appoint conferees.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate refuse to recede and that the chair be authorized to appoint conferees. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. On behalf of the Senate, the chair appoints the junior senator from the 17th, the senator from Marshall, and the senior senator from the 17th. Clerk will please communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Clerk has another House message.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House rejects the Senate amendments and asks the Senate to recede therefrom as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2805, finding and declaring certain claims against the state and its agencies to be moral obligations of the state.
The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate refuse to recede and the chair be authorized to appoint conferees.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate refuse to recede and that the chair be authorized to appoint conferees. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. On behalf of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Preston, the senator from Nicholas, and the senator from Braxton. The clerk will please communicate the action of the Senate to the House. The senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 3:25.
Senior senator from 17th, move the Senate stand in recess until 3:25 p.m. today. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in recess until 3:25 p.m. today.
The House is in recess, and now the Senate is in recess. It seems like a lot of conference committees. They're going to be busy with conference committees. I was just reading over joint rules of both the House and the Senate. They have an 8 o'clock deadline on the 60th day in order to report conference committee reports to the floors of the House and Senate. It didn't used to have a deadline. They used to be able to work up right up until midnight, but that was changed many, many years ago to give the legislators time to understand what the conference committee agreed to. And so these reports have to be no later than 8 o'clock tonight. That can change with a vote from the floors of the House and the Senate. They can extend that deadline. So we'll wait here for the Senate to come back into the floor session from a recess. The House is in recess until 4 o'clock. Stay with us. This is the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia channel. We're waiting for the Senate to come back from a recess sometime after 3:45. Here is the House of Delegates. It too is in recess. No doubt conference committees are meeting. No doubt there are all sorts of meetings behind the scenes about the budget. So we will wait here and wait for one of the houses to come back into session on this, the final day of the first regular session of the 83rd West Virginia Legislature.
Come to order. The Senate will please come to order. I want to do an announcement. The chair has an announcement. We have several new pages for the afternoon that I wanted to ask to rise and the Senate give them a warm welcome. As page for the senior senator from the 8th, we have Michael Ojeda, which is our Stephanie Ojeda's son. We have Annabella Tiano with his Noelle Sterrick's daughter. And we have Alexandria Macia, which is Leah and Alex Macia's daughter, which we're all very familiar with. If you would stand, the Senate give you a warm welcome. Thank you. Clerk has a House message.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House has appointed conferees as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2721, removing the cost limitation on projects completed by the Division of Highways. The House appointed delegates Walters, Gearhart, and Bates. The Senate previously appointed Senators Boso, Swope, and Jeffries.
Message be received.
The House appointed conferees as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2722, eliminating the financial limitations on utilizing the design-build program for highway construction. The House appointed conferees delegates Walters, Gearhart, and Bates. The Senate previously appointed Senators Boso, Swope, and Jeffries.
Message be received. The Senator from Ohio. Clerk has another House message.
The House amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 27 relating to microprocessor permit.
Message be received. The Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate amend the House amendment.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate amend the House amendment to Senate Bill 27. Is there discussion? The Senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge adoption of the amendment to the House amendment. The amendment to the House amendment would add a new section of the code relating to things that are prohibited at farmers markets, including distilleries and many distillery retail sales. So it incorporates a new section of code and makes it clear that a distillery or a mini distillery cannot make retail sales of any of its products at a farmer's market, but does permit, as did a prior bill passed by this House, a mini distillery to engage in retail sales of its products for consumption off premises on Sundays beginning at 1:00 p.m. And it provides also, as our other bill did, that a mini distillery located on a farm need only meet the state and local building fire regulations as they apply to structures on parcels of land that are used primarily for agricultural purposes. I move the adoption of the amendment to the House amendment.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Not. Question before the Senate is adoption of the motion as offered by the Senator from Ohio. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Clerk will communicate the act. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments as amended.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur to the House amendments as amended. Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 31 yeas, 0 nays, 3 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will please communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 220 relating to offenses and penalties under the Uniform Controlled Substances Act.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate amend the House amendment to committee substitute for Senate Bill 220.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Bill 220. Is there discussion? The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill deals with illegal delivery of controlled substances which cause death. The House amendment adds language creating the Office of Drug Policy. The Senate has dealt with that in Senate amendments to House Bill 2620. The House amendment also creates the new offense of failing to render and/or seek medical attention when someone has an adverse medical reaction. The Senate amendment removes the language which is dealt with in House Bill 2620 and keeps the substance of the House amendment, keeping the House penalty for delivery of drugs causing death and the offense of failing to seek medical attention. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is the adoption of the motion as offered by the senator from Ohio. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment as amended.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments as amended. Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 31 yeas, 0 nays, 3 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The clerk of the House announced that the House has amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 441, establishing municipal home rule pilot program.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend the House amendment.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate amend the House amendment to Senate Bill 441. Is there discussion? The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment offered by the majority leader is a reformulation of the amendment offered earlier today when we had this bill under consideration, incorporating the provisions of what was Senate Bill 399 passed by this House, and but revised and narrowed in a way to try to endeavor to make it fit under the germaneness ruling of the chair earlier today, so that it applies only to municipalities. So it makes it clear that while as I mentioned earlier, the bill before us without this amendment makes the pilot home rule project permanent, the program permanent. The amendment offered by the majority leader would make it clear that no municipal government may adopt its own ordinances, regulations, policies addressing such things as minimum wage, prevailing wages, and the like. I urge adoption of the majority leader's proposed amendment.
Further discussion? The senior senator from the 17th, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of order. Is the amendment broader than the current bill? I think that we may have enacting sections that are conflicting.
This is Senate Bill 441, relating to the Municipal Home Rule Pilot Program. This bill makes that pilot program a permanent program for home rule for West Virginia cities and towns.
Senate will come to order. Senate will come to order. Stand up. The senator from the 17th has asked for a point of order. His point of order is well taken. The amendment is broader than the scope, and so therefore will be disallowed. Clerk has another title amendment, another House message. Senate will be in order.
Clerk of the House announced the House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 630, establishing Accessibility and Equity in Public Education Enhancement Act.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate amend the House amendment to committee substitute for Senate Bill 630.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate amend the House amendments to Senate Bill 630. Is there discussion? The senator from Ohio. I can't hear.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House.
Senate will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House's amendment added language that required the Secondary Schools Athletic Commission to consider homeschooled students eligible for participation in extracurricular activities of secondary schools. Since language addressing this is included in another bill, the Senate amendment removes those provisions. Also, the House's amendment provides that if the student transfers from a traditional school to a virtual model, the student will be subject to the SSAC transfer rules. The Senate amendment removes this provision because in almost all cases, the student transferring to the virtual model will still be considered to be enrolled in the same school. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment as offered by the senator from Ohio. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment as amended, Senate Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 630.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments as amended to Senate Bill 630. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question now is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Ohio moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than two-thirds of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Waiting on the title. How long? We got another intern? Oh. No, it's not. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess for 5 minutes.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate stand in recess for 5 minutes. The senator from Nicholas.
Mr. President, your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure will meet immediately at recess in the rear of the chamber.
The senator from Ohio moves that the Senate stand in brief recess to hear an address from our public information intern from Marshall University, Rebecca Turnbull. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in brief recess. Ms. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, Senators. My name is Rebecca Turnbull, and I've been an intern with the Legislative Information Office downstairs for this session. I'm from Marshall University, where I'm majoring in broadcast journalism and public relations with a minor in constitutional democracy. But you may just know me as the random girl who sits in the back sometimes. My job as an intern was essentially to follow the Senate's every move and make sure that the public knew what had happened during committee meetings or here on the floor. And I'm so grateful to have been able to witness the bipartisan efforts of this chamber and to make change for a state that we all share. It's amazing to see what can happen when completely different perspectives and a shared passion for the people collide to bring great changes to the state of West Virginia. Perhaps the most landmark change I was able to watch take place is when the senator from my county, Senator Romano, was able to get 8 floor amendments passed by this body this session. 8 amendments. And that's in the journal, and I looked them up. But there are a couple of other senators I would also like to recognize in here. First, I'd like to thank Senator Rucker for entrusting me with your voice and allowing me to write columns for you each week. It can be terrifying to put your ideas into the hands of interns, but you let me help you out, and for that I am grateful. Next, I would like to thank the senator from Cabell for helping me out, helping out his Marshall people and making sure I had a friendly greeting and a cup of coffee whenever I'd like, and sometimes an illegal bowl of popcorn. My apologies to the doorkeeper. And to the senator from Logan for sharing my hearing problems with me and assuring me when I first came in that I wasn't crazy and even hearing aids cannot solve the acoustics in here. Lastly, I'd like to thank all of you. None of you realize it, but each one of you has inspired me in some way, whether it be to understand what it means to use my passions and talents to be a leader, to realize the importance of sacrificing time and energy to help those less fortunate than me, and to know that my voice matters even when no one else may agree. And I'm looking at Senator Romano, wherever he is. Yes, those guys. All jokes aside, thank you for your support of the Legislative Information Internship, and thank you for the incredible effort you have put into saving our state this session. Not only am I going to leave here a proud former intern of the state capitol, but I will also be leaving as an even prouder West Virginian than I was when I first came in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Senate will come to order. The senator from Harrison County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to return to the second order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Briefly, I hope you all join me in welcoming a couple of our friends from the Lewis County area, Brianna McLean, who's paged here many times, and her father, Brian McCain, who is the captain at our regional jail up in Doddridge County. Please welcome them.
Further introductions? The senator from the senator from Raleigh.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill requires at least 48 hours notice to a parent before an abortion may be performed, and it eliminates the physician's ability to waive parental notification. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendments.
The John 58th moves the House concur in the Senate amendments. The lady from 51st, Douglas Pleshire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge the body not to concur. Our committee, the Judiciary Committee, worked very hard on this bill. We discussed it at length in committee. We had a subcommittee hearing. We had a public hearing. And there were several people who testified that they had been the victim of rape or an incest. And one of the reasons a bypass is important, and that it is important to include the physician in that process, is to protect those young girls who are in that awful situation. It's my understanding the Senate removed the psychologist and psychiatrist bypass that the House worked so hard to craft, as well as the counseling. So I would urge that we vote not to concur. And Mr. Speaker, that would be to vote no.
If the lady does not wish to concur with the Senate amendment, then it would be a red vote.
Okay.
If a person wishes to concur with the Senate amendment, it would be a green vote.
Thank you.
Question for the House is the motion by the gentleman 58 that the House, roll call has been demanded. Is demand sustained? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. The demand is sustained. Those in favor of the motion to concur in the Senate amendments will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine.
This is on House Bill 2002.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 75 ayes, 23 nays, 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, declare the motion adopted. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. John for the fifth, Doug Pethel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I urge rejection of House Bill 2002. Now, I remember when that bill left the House, I spoke in favor of it, and the vote was 98-0 for it. But this bill is, significantly different from the bill that left the House on that 98-0 vote. And as the gentlelady so eloquently explained from the 51st, that a psychologist and psychiatrist bypass is out of this bill. So basically, that just leaves us with the judicial bypass. And I want to thank the gentleman from the 27th, the chairman of health, and the gentlelady from the 49th, the vice chair of health, and the chair of judiciary, the gentleman from the 27th, and the gentleman from the 33rd, for all of their work on this bill. And also, I know that the gentlelady from the 32nd worked very hard to get the bill that passed 98-0. And the gentlelady from the 51st, Delegate Fleshauer, also was on the subcommittee that worked very hard to get this bill. But the bill that we're voting on now, is significantly different. And I certainly realize that in the process that, one body has the right to make amendments and change bills. But I really don't know why we were concurring with a bill that was significantly different. So for all of those reasons, Mr. Speaker and members of the House, I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Lady from 49th, Doug Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to comment that next year I do think we need to look at this issue. I am afraid with the changes that we got that we are forgetting about the other children that are involved, the children that have decided to have the abortion. I did like that we were connecting them with psychologists or psychiatrists. I did like in the bill before, I was surprised that this got changed, that they used to have to go for counseling. We had to connect them with counseling. There is a reason that these 4 children in 2015 that had to go this route with the 2 physicians. There is something going on that they cannot or will not talk to their parents. So I do think that next year we should look at this, and we should look at the children that are left behind, and we need to care for them as well. Thank you.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
This bill passed the Senate today, 28-6.
Has every member voted? Okay. Please hold. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 82 ayes, 17 nays, 1 member absent, not voting. Majority of members elected, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2002.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2711, abolishing regional educational service agencies and providing for the transfer of property and records.
Match will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 2711. The bill was requested by the executive, all relating generally to education. It provides for the transition of RESAs to education services cooperatives to be formed by county boards as multi-county, locally governed entrepreneurial organizations. The bill also limits the state board's authority for establishing standards and assessments by first requiring constructive engagement of the legislature and as delegated by the legislature. The bill requires college entrance tests for the 11th grade assessment. The bill replaces the Office of Education Performance Audits. And let's see, the Senate amendments add provisions that more fully define the constructive engagement with the legislature that must occur prior to the adoption of standards in the core subject areas and adoption of the new statewide summative assessment. It also provides for a review of standards and requires for the opportunity of West Virginia educators to participate in the development of any review of standards proposed. It prohibits the implementation of Common Core and the adoption of smarter balance assessment systems. It further prohibits the State Board from adoption of any national or regional testing program or academic standards tied to federal funding without oversight by LOCIA. And finally, the Senate amendment inserts the calendar provisions of Senate Bill 242 passed by the Senate and inserts provision for educators to receive an uninterrupted planning time each day. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House concur in the Senate amendment with further amendment that replaces the Senate version of the school calendar with the more flexible version passed by the House.
Gentleman from 35th, Delegate Byrd.
The Majority Leader yield for a quick question.
Gentleman yields.
You don't need me to repeat all that, do you?
Yes, do it one more time, please. No, I'm trying to make sure again, and maybe the education chair, is the 8th, 9th, and 10th grade testing, is that still in here? The provisions regarding the testing grades?
No.
They took that out?
It doesn't appear so.
I'm sorry?
I don't think the 9th and 10th grade testing's in there.
Okay, so it's still the same as what it left here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
John from 29th, Delegate Moy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the gentleman yield.
Gentleman continue to yield. Gentleman yields.
Yeah, let's go back to your mention of the Common Core.
Yes.
Will you repeat that again, please?
Yes, it prohibits the implementation of Common Core and the adoption of the Smarter Balance or PRAG assessment systems, and it further prohibits the State Board from adoption of any national regional testing program or academic standards tied to federal funding without oversight from LOCIA.
So that was all one sentence. It prohibits the implementation of Common Core testing.
It's not all one sentence, but it does do that. That was a compound question.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure that what you're saying is that the Common Core and the Smarter Balance testing is what you're talking about.
It's both the Common Core standards and the Smarter Balance testing tied to it.
Common Core standards and testing. That's
right. That's my understanding. And It provides for a review of the academic standards and requires the opportunity for West Virginia educators to participate in the development and review of any standards proposed.
So if we adopt that amendment, our teachers will be forced to come up with other standards, and when?
Apparently, we're going to still use our college and career ready standards that were adopted. Right. Yeah, right.
If we accept this, are we doing away with the current standards that are in place?
No.
No, we are not.
That's right. Yeah, I don't believe the current standards that we have now would meet the definition of Common Core, but it would prohibit the implementation of Common Core and smarter balance testing and assessments. So I think we're good with what we have right now, but...
Okay, and let's go back to the calendar. You're recommending that we use the House... the
House version, that's right.
The House version as opposed to what the Senate did, but I think you said that the House version was more flexible.
Right.
How is it more flexible?
Yeah, it allows the counties to add in time 30 days per day, or I'm sorry, 30 minutes per day, and compile that for meeting the standards.
Tell me if I'm wrong, I think the Senate version allows the accumulation of additional time. I think the elementary's 3:15, middle's 3:30, and high school's 3:45, or in about that area. But am I wrong that the way the Senate did it, if you were just 15 minutes over each day, you could accumulate it? You didn't have to be 30 minutes over.
Yeah, the Senate allowed any time that you were over to be able to be accrued and put towards your time.
Okay. Would you not agree that that's more flexible than mandating you've got to have at least 30 minutes?
Yeah, I think, I don't know that I would agree with that, but I think an important point I'm being told is about how you apply those. The Senate applies theirs at the end of the year, and they have to reorganize. The House version applies it throughout the year at different intervals.
Can you give me a further definition of that? The Senate says you use it at the end of the year, and
That's right.
you reorganize.
That's right. You accrue all your time and apply it to the back end of your calendar.
But the House version, you could use the time throughout the year.
Yeah, I'm being told it's not subject to cancellation. You can pull it any time throughout the year for professional development and some other things. That's why the House version is more flexible and practical to the local counties when they build their calendars.
And with the Senate version, the only time you can apply this accrued time is at the end of the year when you see you're short of your 180 days.
That's right. It's at the end. Whenever you don't make your 180 days, you have to go through the process to use that time then.
Isn't the practical application of both the same? You're still making up missed time to reach your 180 days?
Without a doubt, it's a policy choice, and you get two buttons on your desk. You can choose either one you want. But that's the difference between the two.
Well, I'm just trying to make sure just exactly what we're doing there.
Right, and
so-
they're similar, but we feel the House version is more flexible and practical for the local counties.
Well, I will respectfully disagree with that.
Well, that's you push your button, I'll push mine, friend.
Okay. Well, can I push your button?
No.
John from 66, Darren Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the gentleman's motion. With regard to some of the language with regard to the Common Core standards, the assessments, I just would want to point out that this language was a result of extensive discussions between the sponsors of Senate Bill 18, with I believe a number of you familiar with that legislation, and the department working on language that that both parties could agree with. I think this language, incorporates a lot of the elements of Senate Bill 18, but again, I do know, in fact, that Superintendent Payne, during the Senate's consideration of this bill, did speak in support of the amendment that incorporated this language in. With regard to the calendar section, as the Majority Leader has noted, do believe that the language that the House adopted does provide a number of key benefits to our schools. One, it allows them to accumulate up to 5 days, 5 days of time that they can use to offset snow days that are missed. That's based on a commitment to extending the school day by 30 minutes per day. But in addition to those 5 cancellation days, school systems are also able to accumulate 5 additional days for educators to be able to use within the schools without students present for collaboration, planning, and so forth. That's going to provide our educators a lot of additional time to be involved in collaboration that I think is so important to our educational process. This legislation maintains the existing ability for school systems prior to the school year to set out a plan whereby they can qualify for up to 5 additional days to help cancel snow days if they put forth a plan to the department that would allow them to offer some alternative education like backpack plans and so forth. So for that reason, I would support the gentleman's motion.
The gentleman from 28, Doug Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 58th yield to a question?
Gentleman from the 58th yield. Doug Coles. The gentleman yield.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, sir. Common Core is out in this bill, is that right?
Yes.
I thought Common Core was out 2 years ago when the state board repealed it and renamed our standards.
Well, it was, and the prohibition in here is any implementation of Common Core or the adoption of Smarter Balance or PARCC assessment systems, and it further prohibits the state board from adoption of any national regional testing program or academic standards tied to federal funding without oversight by LOCIA. So not only is it about what's already happened, it's about what happens in the future, is my understanding.
Thank you for that. And you also stated that Senate Bill 18, or someone, the chairman of Ed, talked about Senate Bill 18 being rolled into this. Did this body ever see or hear anything about Senate 18 on the floor here?
No.
I didn't think so. As far as the calendar bill goes, does this new bill talk about minutes per day, minutes in the day?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John from 63rd, Doug Folk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The idea that because you put it in law, it is true, is a fallacy. Voting for the, I can't vote for this in good conscience. How can you vote for something that says we're getting rid of Common Core, and a couple people have just stood and said Common Core doesn't exist in West Virginia? Well, if you believe that, I've got some really nice oceanfront property in Swan Pond Farm. You can come on my beach anytime you want. I only charge you a $5 admission fee, and you can watch cows. Because what the Board of Education did with the academic spotlight was a farce. You know, you can call it Common Core, you can call it Next Gen, you can call it College and Career Ready. What it really should be called, if anything, right now in West Virginia is Common Core Light, because it is 99.5% Common Core at least. You can keep stating things that are inaccurate doesn't mean they're true. You know, there's an old saying that you repeat a lie often enough, it becomes the truth. And that's the basis for a lot of propaganda in our history, and I won't be a part of it.
Question for the House is the motion by the gentleman from the 58th that the House concur in the Senate amendment with further amendments. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Division's been demanded. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will stand. The roll call has been demanded. Is demand sustained? The demand is sustained. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
This vote is to accept the Senate amendment with further amendment by the House on House Bill 2711, a vast education bill.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 59 ayes, 41 nays, no members absent not voting. The majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the motion adopted. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate with further amendment by the House. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
Yeah.
This bill passed 21-14 earlier today in the Senate.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 69 ayes, 31 nays, no members absent not voting. The majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2711.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Espinoza moves to amend the title.
Request for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment committee substitute for House Bill 2402 relating to abandoned antique vehicles.
Message will be received. Gentleman for the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 2402. The purpose of the bill is several. It's to modify existing procedure for a licensed motor vehicle dealer, a motor vehicle repair facility, or towing company registered with the PSC to obtain a certificate of title and registration of an abandoned or junked motor vehicle and the sale thereof to include a licensed automobile auction. The Senate amendments, number one, increases the maximum value of an abandoned antique motor vehicle that can be worth for an applicant to acquire title under the provisions of the bill from $7,500 to $9,500, and provides that this number will adjust every 5 years to keep up with the Consumer Price Index. Also, it adds a prereq to the title transfer under the provisions of the bill when neither the owner nor a lien holder claim the vehicle in a certain period of time after notice is provided. Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendment.
John 58 moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House concurs in the Senate amendment. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent, not voting. Majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2402.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment Committee substitute for House Bill 2428, establishing additional substance abuse treatment facilities.
Message shall be received. Gentleman for the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the bill would require the Secretary of DHHR to ensure that beds for substance abuse treatment services are made available throughout the state. The bill also creates the Ryan Brown Addiction Prevention and Recovery Fund. The Senate amendment provides the Secretary with the authority to promulgate emergency rules to effectuate the provisions of the bill, and the Senate amended the title of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendment.
Gentleman for the 58th moves the House concur in the Senate amendment. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House concurs in the Senate title amendment. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent, not voting. The majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2428.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The gentleman for the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Gentleman 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent, not voting. 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment Committee substitute for House Bill 2479, Uniform Deployed Parents Custody and Visitation Act.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 2479, the Senate amendment, is merely technical, renumbering some sections and moving the location of a definition of a term. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendment.
Gentleman 58th moves the House concur in the Senate amendment. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Say aye. Those opposed, no. Got to say the right thing. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. The question now before the House is the passage of the bill as amended by the Senate. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Gentleman from the 10th, Doug Deem, your vote is not registered. If so, if has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent, not voting. The majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2479.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has passed with amendment Committee substitute for House Bill 2526, classifying additional drugs to Schedules 1, 2, 4, and 5 of controlled substances.
Message shall be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The bill updates the schedule of controlled substances. The Senate amended into this bill the provisions of House Bill 2329 concerning fentanyl, and that bill, House Bill 2329, is still being reviewed by the legislature in the process, and if okayed, could be incorporated into law. Those changes have been stricken from this bill, at least for now. They'll stand on their own. So, Mr. Speaker, I move we concur in the Senate amendment with the further amendment to strike that change.
The gentleman from the 58th moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment with further amendment. All in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. Question now before the House is the passage of the bill. All those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? Gentleman from the 19th, Delegate Hicks, your vote is not registered. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 94 ayes, 5 nays, 1 member absent not voting. A majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2526.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further messages.
The Senate has refused to recede on committee substitute for House Bill 2589. The Senate requests a committee of conference. The Senate conferees are Senators Gaunch, Mann, and Romano.
Message be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the appointment of a committee conference of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses, and the Speaker be authorized to appoint conferees on the part of the House.
The gentleman from the 58th moves that the House agree to the appointment of a conference committee of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses. The Speaker be authorized to appoint conferees on the part of the House. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. On behalf of the House, the Chair appoints the lady from the 59th, Delegate Blair, the lady from the 65th, Delegate Upson, and the gentleman from the 24th, Delegate Ruggiero, as conferees on behalf of the House.
House Bill 2589 has to do with private and homeschooled children attending vocational
conference
school.
on committee substitute for House Bill 2631 relating to time standards for disposition of complaint proceedings. The Senate conferees are Senators Takubo, Maroney, and Palumbo.
Message will be received. Gentleman for the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House agree to the appointment of a committee of conference of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses, and the Speaker be authorized to appoint conferees on the part of the House.
The gentleman 58th moves that the House agree to the appointment of a conference committee of 3 from each House on the disagreeing votes of the 2 Houses, that the Speaker be authorized to appoint conferees on the part of the House. All in favor of the gentleman's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the motion adopted. On behalf of the House, Chair appoints the gentleman from the 33rd, Delegate Hanshaw, the gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Capito, and the gentleman from the 23rd, Delegate Miller, as conferees on behalf of the House. For what purpose, gentleman from the 33rd, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unanimous consent to announce a conference committee meeting.
Gentleman may proceed.
That conference committee just announced on House Bill 2631 will meet at 5:45 in the Senate President's conference room, and the conference committee on Senate Bill 204 will meet at 5:30 in the Senate President's conference room. Thank you.
Thank you. Lady from the 18th, Delegate Sabonia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An announcement of another conference committee.
Lady may proceed without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your conference committee for House Bills 2329, House Bill 2579, and House Bill 2585 will reconvene at 6:45 p.m. in the House Judiciary Committee. And Mr. Speaker, if I could ask unanimous consent to return to the second order of business.
Without objection, lady may proceed.
Thank you. Today, from Cabell County, on behalf of my colleagues, we have several pages, and if they want to stand and be recognized, we have Addison Hensley and Alewa Walls, and they're 7th graders at Barbersville Middle. If they're here and they could stand. And also we have Colin Clagg, and he's accompanied by his father, Todd Clagg, if he could stand and wave. And he's from Milton Middle School. And we also have some special pages.
We're going to go ahead and take you over to the Senate. The Senate floor is running its calendar with bills on third reading to the Senate.
Sections into the West Virginia Guardianship and Conservatorship Administration Act, which is Chapter 44A, Article 3. The new sections would be designated Sections 17 and 18. And the chief amendments to the law are embodied there, and allows a procedure.
This is about House Bill 2674 relating to access to and receipt of certain information regarding a protected person.
Who's been adjudged to be, what we used to say, judged to be incompetent, but now we call in the law a protected person, a person in need of protection for whom a guardian or conservator has been appointed, and to ask the court to give family members access to that person. For such things as visits. The court has authority then to either deny the petition, grant the petition. The court may order disclosure to the petitioner of information. Court may award access to the petitioner, access by the petitioner to the protected person. It happens sometimes that for whatever reasons, but a guardian or conservator doesn't let family members of the protected person have access to the protected person. So this bill is designed to create a procedure whereby that's made possible through a court process. The second section of the guardianship article that changes under this delineates information that a person who's granted court access to a protected person is entitled to receive from a guardian of the protected person. Notice if the person dies. Notice if the person's admitted to a medical facility for 3 days or more. Notice if the protected person's residence is changed. Notice if the protected person is staying at a location other than his or her usual place of abode. And notice regarding funeral arrangements for the protected person's funeral or information about the final resting place. Be happy to try to answer questions. Urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate. The clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Hey, Lee.
Engrossed House Bill 2675 relating to primary elections and nominating procedures. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House Bill 2675, as amended by the Judiciary Committee and this body yesterday, reorders the ballot. Members of this body will recall that in 2016, we had, for the first time, nonpartisan election of judicial officers, Supreme Court, circuit courts, family courts, magistrates, and that election is held in May in conjunction with the partisan primary elections. And what happened in 2016 was that all those races were slotted and found on the ballot after everything else, after all the partisan choices, including, the gigantic list of candidates for delegates to national convention. So the fundamental purpose of this bill, it reorders the ballot. It puts the Supreme Court candidates on nonpartisan basis under the governor and the Board of Public Works, puts then its legislative candidates followed by circuit courts, family courts, and then the nonpartisan candidates for magistrate are with the county ticket. This bill also includes an amendment offered by the senator from Cabell, which gives voters in a presidential primary the option to mark none of these candidates as a choice on the ballot. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will please communicate the action of the Senate to the House. The senator from Mercer County seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to announce that the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 224 will meet at 5:30 in the President's Conference Room.
We got another one. The junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to announce the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 2631 will meet a little room here beside the chamber at 5:45.
The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that we proceed to consideration of House Bill 2851.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the bill.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2851, updating fee structure provisions for broker-dealers. The bill was advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Finance moved to amend the bill on page 7.
The senior senator from the 4th.
I ask unanimous consent that the Finance Committee amendment be removed.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Clerk has another. Are there further amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Hall moved to amend the bill on page 7.
The senior senator from the 4th.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read, and that all amendments be considered as one.
Is there objection? Chair hears none.
The Finance Committee amendment was withdrawn. That was withdrawn was proposed to change the threshold at which the money in the Special Revenue Fund for the Securities Division inside the Auditor's Office becomes excess and transfers to the General Revenue Fund, but only for 2008. This will allow the Auditor's Office to use the fees associated with securities to pay back appropriations made from the Revenue Shortfall Reserve Fund to the Auditor's Office for expenses associated with OASIS. The Finance Committee amendment was withdrawn to do technical cleanup. Urge passage or urge adoption of this amendment.
Further discussion? Not. All those in favor of the senator's amendment and motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be, clerk will read the bill a third time.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2851, updating fee structure provisions for broker-dealers. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The senior senator from the 4th.
Yes, sir. This House bill increases certain fees to securities that are paid to the Securities Division inside the Auditor's Office. What I explained earlier about the amendment somewhat covers the reasons.
Further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question there being 31 yeas, 3 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on Finance moved to amend the title.
The senior senator from the 4th.
I move to withdraw the finance title amendment.
Senior Senator from 4th requests unanimous consent to withdraw the title amendment. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk has another title amendment.
Senator Hall moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. The Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 6 p.m.
Senator from Ohio moves the Senate stand in recess until 6 p.m. No announcements. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in recess until 6 p.m.
And that does it for daytime coverage of the final day of the West Virginia Legislature. Join us at 8 o'clock tonight for the Legislature today, the final hours, the final 4 hours of this legislative session. There'll be conference committee reports. We understand there's some budget negotiations going on. Ashton Mara will be your host live from the Capitol tonight, the final night of the first regular session of the 83rd West Virginia Legislature. It's been a pleasure bringing you another season of live coverage of the West Virginia Legislature here on the West Virginia Channel. Eight o'clock tonight, the final night returns. Ashton Mara is your host for the Legislature today, the final 4 hours of this legislative session. I'm Beth Voorhees for the West Virginia Channel, a service of West Virginia Public Broadcasting.